Dude, I haven't looked at Twitch in a while. Sea-Doo's just slamming slots. Holy fuck. He's just fucking ripping it. Ugh. Ugh. Gravestone with Mage. Does that mean that we are getting a 30-minute stream today at best? What? What do you think I'm gonna die? Is that what you mean? Like I'm on the gravestone on my starting soon screen, so that means that I will die 30 minutes into my stream? I'll do it. Fuck it, bro. I'll just die. I'll do anything for the bit. Bro, then no race? Oh, the race will go on without me. Dude, you want to know something weird? I think me stopping doing the race would actually grow the race to world first. It would grow it. It would get bigger. That's a wild take. Well, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I stopped doing the race, meaning competing in it. But then I co-stream it instead with all the POVs. Money back guarantee the race gets more viewers if I can do that. Dude, it is kind of mind-numbing to just watch. Like I'm watching Sea-Doo rip slots right now. And it's just like I don't even know how to describe this content. I don't even first of all, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. And then do the balance, I'm just watching the balance go down and then every now and then it goes back up. This is like actually visually watching the stream just like cooks your brain crazy. By the way, what happened um with streaming slots on Twitch? Didn't they like wasn't the whole kick thing that they banned it on Twitch? I'm sure they like banned something specific or maybe they reverted it. Like what's the lore on like why that's even a thing anymore? God Heroes goes hard. Dude, you know what I find crazy this album? Is I'm like looking at it on Spotify. I've never done this before, but I'm like looking at the plays of all the songs. And like my like favorite song on here is like one of the least played ones. A Place of Her Own. The song fucking owns. Max, what is appealing about watching other people play online slots? I Well, I mean, I don't know. I've actually never done it before. I'm just doing it right now. Like while you guys are watching my blank screen, I'm watching Sea-Doo rip slots. And I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I'm looking at it. You know what's crazy? He's not even doing it. He's just watching Mitch's stream. Wait, what? Wait, what? He's getting a sponsored stream? He's getting paid right now to watch someone else rip slots? Oh, did people answer earlier? I didn't even pay attention. Why can you why couldn't you stream on slots on Twitch again? Like if I'm correct, that is literally why Kick exists. Like Kick got created by the co-founder of Stake because you were no longer allowed to stream. Like the big streamers were all doing gambling streams on Twitch, and then they banned it. I think it's because of some legal stuff on some gambling sites operating in the U.S. and not other countries. I'm pretty sure Kick uses Amazon Web Service is the meme. Like literally everything uses Amazon Web Service. It's like really bad. That doesn't mean anything. They didn't ban slots. They banned Stake and a few other sites. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm not complaining. But I'm also not. Sea-Doo's got to do what he's got to do. It's fine. Um, Dude, it's crazy that like Kick got created under that premise. Like the premise of, well, we can't gamble on Twitch. We're gonna create a streaming service that's all about gambling. And then they moved a little bit past the gambling stuff. They like tried to make it more friendly, but it just turned out exactly to what it was going to turn out to be. Like streaming service created by gamblers, you know, trying to get people hooked on gambling turns out to be like a grifting site with like violence and like all that other shit. Like it just, of course it did. Max, they didn't practice at all for AWC this season because Sea-Doo is playing slots. Oh, well, is that, are you sure they're not practicing because of other reasons? Like, it's literally because he's streaming slots? I don't know if that's true. Which they dropped out in top 8. He got dropped from TL. Yeah, I know. I know Sea-Doo's team is no longer TL. I know that. But like saying they dropped out of the PvP thing because they're not practicing specifically because of slots might not be the case. Like he might be streaming slots instead of practicing, but that may be because someone else can't be there, some stuff like that. There's a full section on Kick called Watch Party where they just illegally stream movies. Dude, I mean, bro. All I'm saying is there's going to be a golden age of streaming when these companies finally figure out the value that is behind actually letting streamers watch party stuff. Like let's say like Nielsen charts where you like viewership of these shows and movies is calculated and that attributes value to them, right? Bro, simply change the ratings and some like partial income from co-streaming these things to these shows. Just I don't know, someone smart figure it out and it will amplify the amount of people interacting with the content by a unbelievable amount. All right, I'll go live. Fuck it. Hey Max, I had a question about the Race World first with multiple raid releases at the start of an expansion. Do you think there's a possibility of no in-person event? Yeah, I think it's likely. I think it's likely that there is no event for the Race World first in the first season. I just don't even know what do we do. So like one thing is definitely not true. One thing is definitely true. We are not going to go to the event at the beginning of the first raid and then stay there until the end of the second raid. We're not going to stay there for a month. So then it comes down to when are you actually going to the event? Is it for the first raid? All right, well, what if it's what they say it is and it's over really fast? What are you doing? Also, what if that's not where all the viewership is? What are you doing? Why are you paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to stream nothing, basically? Okay, then you go out for the second raid, and it's like, dude, I don't know. I think it is likely we do basically nothing. It just doesn't. There's not really anything that makes sense. This first raid might honestly just be fucking weird. Like, I don't even really know how it's gonna go down. It's like they said this is like for story reasons why they're releasing it later, but I think it's gonna be like just omega weird for the Race to World first. Very weird raid. Are we treating the one boss raid like it's side content? In an interview, they said the one boss raid would be like... They said, imagine it's one 9-boss raid. They said the one boss raid is basically a boss, like boss 3 or 4. They said that the first raid has 6 bosses in it, and basically like the last boss in that will basically be like the second to last boss of the overall raid. So it'll be like the last boss of the first raid will be like kind of hard, but like you're talking like Muggsy, or I mean, just think of the last couple second to last bosses: Silken Court, Muggsy, Nexus King, something that takes like a day of progression. And then the last boss will be the second boss of the 2-boss raid a couple weeks later. Max, have you considered letting your raiders work remote for the Race to World first. What does that mean? Stay at home? Every single one of our raiders can stay and raid at home if they want to. Coming to the event is entirely optional. Max, do you think checking out each other's progress via live stream between guilds will be less relevant since there isn't a main live event? That doesn't have anything to do with what you just said. It's just the funnest thing in the world to game with the boys at the event, so why not? Yeah, I mean, most people choose to do that, right? The vast majority of the guild does it. But some people don't feel that way. Probably not surprising to most of you. Some people are very private people. They don't want to be on camera. They like all of us, but they're introverts or whatever. They just want to like be at their house instead of travel. And especially gamers are like prone to be like that. So yeah, you can do that if you want. I'm surprised Ben ever went to an event. Ben loved going to events. Hi, Lillian. Look at this dog. Dude, why is the camera so focused on my mic? It's just so locked into my mic. All right, let me just move it. All right, there we go. Is it going to refocus? Nope, I think it's holding on me. We're good. Look at this cutie. Hi, Lily. What's the performance loss of playing at home? Like, individually, probably none. But I think as a raid, if, like, everyone was home, you would play a lot worse because you, like, don't, you don't get to, like, I don't know, talk about stuff with other people. It's really convenient. Has Ella done any good mic eats recently? Nah. She hasn't done that in a long time. Reptar dog. Reptar. Reptar. Reptar, come here, buddy. Come here. Reptar, come on. Come here. I think he might be getting let out. Ella? Yeah, they're not interested in me at all. Ella, can I see the octopus? There you go. Oh, you have your ghost. Wait, do you have the ghost and the octopus? Oh, no, just the ghost. Here you go. Do you think it'll be harder for some players to get out of the farming period mindset if they all stay home this time around? No, I don't think going to an event makes you be like, okay, it's game time. Maybe there's something psychologically with that. But I mean, obviously that didn't work this race, so no, I don't think that's a thing. Didn't Ben almost come back because he was so upset about the state of PoE? I have no idea about the state of PoE, but he's almost come back a few times. I believe him not playing WoW has basically nothing to do with PoE. It is due to how many characters you need to compete in the race. Like, if they made the amount of characters you needed to compete in the race go down from 16 to, like, literally any reasonable number, he would instantly play and would have never quit. How can they do that? They can't. Evade is the same reason. Evade is the exact same reason, yeah. Like, if we only cared about winning, we would let Ben and Evade both play with very little characters. But they don't want to do that because they just don't want to be the only person on the team not putting in as much effort. Which is, like, totally valid, right? Because, like, everyone on the team can know that it's, like, the best thing for the guild that they're only willing to play under those circumstances and they only want to win and they help us win, so that's good. But, like, at the same time, it's just completely natural for there to be some kind of resentment if you're sitting here grinding 16 characters and watching someone else in the guild, like, not do that. Our split's gonna change with the add-on changes, maybe much more griefs and a harder split. We believe everything that we need for weak auras are, like, outside of a boss package, you know, like just having weak auras for the bosses and stuff. But I don't, most bosses that doesn't matter. Like on Fractalus it would have mattered, but like I just find it, there's just no fucking way they're gonna make something like Fractalus if they know we can't make weak auras for that. Like that would just be crazy. Like maybe it'll happen eventually. It certainly is not gonna happen in this tier. He thinks that they mean with getting loot. Oh, we'll have something for that. Like we still fully intend to have all of the technology that we have for anything out of combat with stuff like weak auras. Even if it means we have to create our own version, we'll do that. Max, I've been seeing more people say that Fractalus was a psyop or rage bait to get people to dislike weak auras more. No. No, it's like a funny meme. It's like, haha, we're removing the weak aura stuff, so like, here's a weak aura boss. So you, I mean, it's just, I mean, this is completely untrue. But it is like a funny bit that they did like right before doing this, make like one of the most weak aura intensive bosses. Max, do you expect a blue post this week? I mean, yeah, they're gonna have a build this week, I assume. Feels like a lot of negative PR swirling around their X-Pack reveal on this one thing, and it's overshadowing everything else. Okay, so number one, I think the negative PR is extremely localized within the like community that you're a part of. Like, for example, if you're a WoW casual and you're hearing news like, which by the way is the vast majority of WoW players, and you're hearing we're getting player housing, they're making the game simpler, which has, by the way, that specific thing has been way fucking overblown. But that's the narrative, right? And that they're gonna build in some add-ons and reduce the what add-ons can do in the game, and the other ones they're building into the game. Those are like casual wish list 1, 2, and 3. So the PR from that, if you're just like the average WoW player, is very good, right? And then even within the top community, there's been a lot of add-on stuff, but who knows exactly where that's gonna go. I also don't really know if it matters that much. You wanna know why? Because I think all you guys are playing the game anyway. Like, anyone who's going to play the next expansion is going to still play it. You might play it and then stop because you don't like the way your UI looks or whatever, but you're still going to try it. So, like, the whole PR, like basically, they make a blue post and, like, say what, you know, like, maybe walk some stuff back. I think there's some stuff that should be walked back. We had that conversation the other day. But, like, are they going to delay posting or have to address this? I think that's... The fact that you are asking that question makes me think that you're, like... And this is maybe not hard for someone to do, but like super wrapped up in like hearing the opinions of people like you around you and not like the majority. I ain't paying $60 for that. Yeah, you are. Do you think any of the top guilds will try to circumvent the whole no weak aura thing? No, I don't think so. I mentioned this the other day, um, but I don't think anyone's gonna like. You're basically asking, is someone going to legit cheat, like third party overlay? We were talking to the add-on people the other day, and they were like, "Yeah, you can do that easily." The problem is Blizzard can just detect it, and even if they can't, let me just throw some scenarios for you. Like what mechanic would need to exist for you to feel like, because like it wouldn't just be for no reason. Like people are just like, oh well, like people are used to weak auras, so we're gonna do third party overlay weak auras. But like most weak auras help you. This is the easiest way to do it. If you're gonna be 95% successful at something, YOLOing it, and weak auras make it 97, you use the weak aura. Is going from 95 to 97% success chance on something worth cheating and ruining your relationship with Blizzard and literally getting banned mid progression? The answer is obviously no, right? So then you have to ask yourself, how hard of a mechanic would have to exist for you to consider cheating? Okay, something that has like a 30% success chance or lower, like something like 3-second seeds, and somehow that was solvable with a weak aura. It wasn't. But like, let's just say there was something that hard that was. Okay, now you want to cheat. Here's the issue. It's going to get found out. You want to know why? Someone's going to quit. Someone's going to not care. Someone's going to be disgruntled in a way after leaving or getting fired. Someone's going to go to another guild. It's going to get out. Impossible. An impossible scenario that you literally cheat and it doesn't get out. So if you know that, number one, they'll probably detect it. Number two, if they don't, it will eventually come out. So it's like not even saying like, what if we get away with it? There is a certainty that you won't. And then it's like, what do you gain kind of thing. To be honest with you, I think the likelihood that someone doesn't kind of cheat, but like literally third-party overlay cheats, I don't think anyone in the top guilds will do it. Now, will someone do it in some random like world? I'll just make up any number that isn't in the top couple guilds do it because they like have some super smart guy that wants to figure it out, and then it's like a post on Wowhead for today, and people are like, third-party overlays are happening. And then like they just get banned for it, and then it doesn't become a thing. Like maybe that happens, but that doesn't have to do with the race. That doesn't mind me. Like you're talking about, there are ways to make it 100% undetectable, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay, look. Let's say you have 30 players in your guild, and they're all using a completely undetectable third-party overlay. Blizzard cannot ever find out from Blizzard's side what it is. Okay, but everyone in your guild knows that you're using weak auras by cheating and no one else is. What, within a couple of years, someone's gonna fucking talk because you don't keep the same players. Players go in between these guilds all the time. You think someone left Echo this tier to come here, someone last tier went from our guild to go to Echo, you think they're just gonna like never talk about it? Like, what do you mean? They switch teams, bro. Like it's going 100% going to leak, not 99, 100. It will be found out, and then it's like, oh, well, it'll only be found out 2 years from now, bro. If Blizzard ever found out you use third-party overlays in a race as a guild, you're fucking done. Like you're done. Yeah, like it. No one. Yeah, no way, no way. Echo got away with Sneak Lua though. Sneak Lua was not, as far as I know, was not a literal third-party program. It was some sketchy shit being done in-game, and the most sketchy thing about Sneak.Lua was how they, like, hid it and didn't talk about it and deleted it and made it look sketchy and all that stuff. But as far as I know, it wasn't literally third-party. It was doing something in-game to bypass that they didn't want you to do. But an actual third party, you have an overlay on your screen that you're not streaming. I don't think you guys understand the fallout of someone actually doing something like that. They would get completely fucking nuked. There's no fucking way. Yeah, also they didn't get away with it. We're talking about it right now. Well, I mean, they did get away with it. They got a Race to World first win, and they never got action for it. right? So in a way, they absolutely like they probably lost some. Like people bring it up on like Reddit all the time. Anytime a Race World First thread is out, like clearly they lost like some credibility from it, but they didn't lose anything of actual value. They already said in an interview that they will punish anyone who tries to circumvent the add-on restriction. What did you think you were saying when you typed that? Like, do you think it's interesting or novel that Blizzard said, hey guys, if anyone cheats, you're going to get in trouble? Because isn't that like the most fucking obvious? They would never say anything else to the contrary ever. Like that's just it's just the same. Like of course they're going to what else are they going to say? It wasn't cheating until now. Bypassing, yes, it was. Using a third party anything before now was 100% cheating and against the TOS. That is completely. That is not true. What you just said is not true. You can't do that. They've even stated it. Like, for example, like technically auto hotkey is cheating even though they don't ban for it. TeamSpeak is third party. Oh yeah, that's the funny bit. There's this thing in the Final Fantasy TOS where like basically every add-on in Final Fantasy is a third party overlay because you can't do them in game and Final Fantasy has no way of finding out about them. So in their TOS, it's like something like you're not allowed to use any third party programs, but they don't specify. So like obviously they're not going to ban for it, and I think a lot of people forget regardless of whatever the TOS states. The only thing that's actually against the TOS is things that they are actively monitoring and banning for. Like, for example, something against the TOS and they've never actioned it and realistically never will, it isn't, right? Like, I believe what is true is in the Final Fantasy TOS, it is technically against terms of service to use, like, Discord, like a Discord overlay or something like that, right? But obviously, they're never going to ban you for that if they have proof of you using a Discord overlay. But it is technically there to give them, like, you know, plausible deniability and to like be able to still ban you for whatever they want because it just covers everything. Final Fantasy 14 add-ons are wild. They have literally no protections and detection for anything. There are add-ons that just auto dodge all mechanics. Yeah, also one thing that I think I would like to speak for everyone, but I'm like pretty sure is true. If let's just say, and this doesn't exist, I don't think this will ever exist. Like you're in a Racer World First guild and you guys have a guild meeting and you're like, hey guys, we have this new third party shit that's going to literally make your character play perfectly in this progression. We've programmed it and like all of you will play, you'll do perfect damage rotations and you'll perfectly dodge every mechanic. We'll like code it mid progression or whatever. I don't even if anyone had the capability of doing that and they don't, I don't think they would do that because number one, everyone plays this game for fun. You just be like, what the fuck are we even doing? Like obviously there's this like slippery slope and you keep doing more and more or whatever. But when it comes to something like that, I think basically everyone would quit. And again, it would instantly get out. It would also be fucking pathetic, right? To do something like that. So you'd lose basically all respect from your competitors, which I think is something that maybe this isn't surprising, but something that I think competitors care about more than like anything else besides like, or even including some cases, how much money you're making or whatever, like the respect of the people around. You could probably relate to this in like your work and stuff like that. Like to a lot of people, the respect of colleagues and competitors is like very important and you would instantly lose that. You'd be a joke. Top guilds probably wouldn't do that, but there are 100% people who would. Yeah, maybe, but I don't care about them. Right? That's completely irrelevant to me. if I were in a Race World First guild, I'd want there to be my own skill and not some third-party overlay that plays my shit for me. Yeah, like, realistic scenario, let's just say this conversation happened a month before the raid came out. I think within that month, if it still was true that the officers were like, this is what we're doing, I think basically everyone would quit. It's like, whatever. I don't want to be a part of this. Like, this is fucking... It's too far. Max, do you believe that class mastery is a significant contributor to Race World First success, and because of that, the gap between the top guilds and other Hall of Fame guilds will significantly change with class simplification? So I think you're looking at it kind of the wrong way. Like, the mastery of this game is like, actually, how would I show this? Like, let's say this is all of this, within this circle is all of the skill that separates all players. I'm going to just make this up, but like this much right here, this C is class, and this G is the game. Right? So like you could be perfect at your class, and I don't even really know what that means. Like you're good at hitting a dummy, like you're good at doing everything, whatever. But then there's like doing the game. These things are kind of intermixed, because like you being good at your defensives, which is a class thing, is also based on like playing the game. Also, there's a lot of people that can do a perfect rotation on a dummy, but if you're doing like a Mythic Dimensius week 1, that's probably not happening, right? So like clearly your class becomes harder the harder the game becomes, because clearly you have to focus on something like this, right? So because of that, you like, let's say the game is getting simpler, so this might change. What it might just change is this, right? The separator is still there. It's just that it's now like a different line. So if before it was like that, it might be like this, right? Like it's the majority of what separated you from other people already was how good you were at the game, which is so much more than being good at your class. So if you want to go back to what you just said, saying, Max, do you think the difference between people playing their class is getting less? Do you think that'll significantly change? I think you're kind of including the whole game, and I don't know if there's any evidence that like it's going to be easy to just be as good as you can be at the game. Yeah, in fact, I think that's completely nonsense. Also, another thing, and I think we kind of found this out yesterday, and we're going to continue to like find out more about that today. But like this whole the game is getting way easier thing has been like your classes are getting way easier. I think that has been just insanely blown out of proportion. Insanely. It's like basically fake news. Like there's a few classes that got totally fucking nuked, a few specs, and we don't even know if like a couple of them were intended. Like the only one that seems intended is Resto Shaman, because they literally posted about it. But like some of them are probably not even going to end up being like that. And then like outside of that, so, like the average spec is the same or got like a little harder, or it's like average, right? Like as far as difficulty is concerned, some got harder. So like that is it's basically, if you ever say like they made the game way easier, that is like basically fake news. The only thing I don't agree with is the general idea that more buttons equals more skilled or better design. I mean, yeah, I think what you just said is objectively true. Like more buttons doesn't mean better, less buttons doesn't mean better or worse. Also simple doesn't mean bad either. Like sorry, that's not a good way to look at it. Simple doesn't mean not fun. Like, you can have a very replayable, generally simple class. Like, there are really well-made, really fun, simple classes, and classes that are very complicated that are bad. The opposite is also not true, right? Where simple means fun. I'm just saying, like, those two things do not always mean the same thing. Hey Max, do you think that the simplification of specs in Midnight, not really what's happening, but will allow Blizz to cook harder with itemization, trinkets, and tier sets to add back complexity? Maybe not in the first tier, but throughout the entire expansion. I don't know. I think if they're making anything simpler in classes, it's probably so with other things changing in the game, it's not too much, right? Like, WoW is already in PvE very hard. I don't know if PvE is going to become, like, playing PvE in this game is going to become easier or harder. Because even if you make the specs easier, which is, again, that has been overblown majorly, it's possible that playing the actual game is going to be a little bit harder because they're reducing some of the extra information we've been able to get for a very, very long time, which, again, may not be a bad thing. At least that part of it. Obviously, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the UI customization being gone that should not be gone. Which, by the way, there was some good news about that recently. We can talk about that after. But, like, you don't actually know how difficult WoW is going to be, right? Like, because even in the world where they do make a lot of that stuff simpler, they can make up for it in other areas. And those changes could still be good. You don't know. Anyways, what I was saying before is the UI thing. Apparently, Bigwigs stated that basically, if you want to use Bigwigs instead of the WoW timeline, like, there will be a fully workable version of Bigwigs, at least in terms of being able to see bars and stuff, because there's obviously an API in game for bars and all the boss timers because they're making one, right? So obviously it's there. They're not coming out with a boss add-on and then making other boss add-ons not work. That's not what they're doing. Which is good because the timeline thing fucking blows. I hate it. Max, let me rephrase the question. Well, I didn't even see your first question, but you can rephrase it. If an up-and-coming guild wanted to compete with the top guilds, such as Liquid, Echo, and Method, do you think having a 21st raider such as your role for Liquid is essential? Yeah. 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 Yeah, you would have no chance. Max, how do you feel the 21st man rule will be affected by the add-on apocalypse and not being able to see group CDs and weak auras? I don't know how the 21st man rule will be super affected, but something that I know will still work is, have you guys seen what some of the, like, raid planning, like, healer sheets look like, where you can, like, see a timeline of every event, and then the really smart ones you can, like, assign people's, like, cooldowns to certain points and stuff like that, like in a ERT note or something. Okay, you can still do that. So basically, I don't think a 21st man is going to really like call everyone's CDs now. What I think is going to happen is people are just going to find out a certain time in the fight they want to use it. That could either be your 21st man or your 26th man or whatever you have working on this shit, or your officer or something, your healer officer. Um, and you could just tell people, hey, in your like reminder add-on at 2 minutes and 56 seconds, make sure you use rallying cry, and then they can reminders will still work. So I feel like if anything, using a reminder add-on is going to replace a lot of that. Now going into a fight, maybe you do more of that, but I don't really see how much that would change. You could also technically have a video feed where a bunch of CDs are cropped from the Raiders' screens. That sounds like something that Echo would do, actually, because I think they do something similar to that. Like, I think Scripe's POV that he streams is like he watches a Raiders POV and then he has like another screen on there with like literally every cooldown in the game, but the player doesn't have to actually have it on their screen. Yeah, something like that is possible. I don't know. That sounds fucking annoying. That's no different than an overlay. I mean, all this stuff is still available in the API, by the way. It's not weird or anything. It's all like, it's one of the things that wasn't removed. Max, would you mind speaking more on the new Demon Hunter spec? I heard you say it is not very fun, and I'm curious to hear more. I mean, I'll just show you. You can make your own. You can make your own decisions on it. I think the spec is fucking beans. I think it's just like really boring. But you might not think that, right? That doesn't mean I'm right. That's just what I think. All right. So like when you're hitting a target, the basic bit is like what you got, like a little Emma aura to keep up. This soul immolation, right? It's gonna spawn some shit for you. And you just basically spam consume to pick up these souls. You press reap. And then once you get high enough, is this Fury as a spec? Probably. You're able to use basically I beam, which depletes your shit. It also allows you to pick up more souls. And based on the talent you have, it'll now send you into void meta. You also have ability to do like the hunt, right? You also have this thing that charges you into melee, depending on the build you're playing, and you can like vengeful out some like melee range kind of shit. You can fully cast while moving. You have this little targeted dash thing. It's not quite Fell Rush. It's not like Door of Shadows. It's kind of like a really, really fast heroic leap without the Z-axis shit is the best way to think of it. It's not a blink. And then once you get enough souls, you can enter into this meta form. What talent am I? Oh, I went the like questing talent where you're not going like. So this is gonna be kind of a shorter meta, but then like your meta gameplay is, you know, use Void Ray whenever you can. You use Coal to collect souls, and you're basically just spamming 1, 1, 3. You know, keeping that button up. 1, 1, 3. I beam. This is also super not optimized. This is not following any kind of rotation, but this is basically your gameplay with these talents. The talents I don't have are largely like haste increases or small damage increases. And then you try to stay in this thing, right? And eventually you get enough things to cast Collapsing Star, and then it starts draining faster. I'm playing the like not stay in the thing for a long time, and this is basically it. Except there's like no expression to me. Like I just feel like it's just so fucking easy. That it doesn't get me out of bed in the morning, but some people may like it. So, I don't know. This, I feel like I was on the dummies for this, like, very briefly, and I was already just completely over it. So it's Evoker from Teemo. I mean, Devourer is, like, infinitely more interesting than this. I'm sure there'll be ways to, like, min-max it and stuff. It's just, it's not for me. There is one part of the spec that I find really interesting in that the fun for me, if I'm going to play this, is one thing. It is you can play this other talent where it takes you a little longer to get into that, like, think of it like old Void form or like kind of Surrender to Madness or kind of like Breath of Syndragosa where you're fighting against a clock, which, by the way, are things that, generally speaking, less experienced players absolutely fucking hate and constantly complain about, and have been systematically removed from the game. That's the part of this I kind of find fun, right? If you like play a different talent, you would be like a bunch of different talents in this actually, but like your idea is you want to stay in until you get as many collapsing stars as possible, which is potentially a really long time. But then that's like all you're doing is focused on your cooldown. You're like hard tunneling. It's like Venthyr Moonkin or like any of those other spells I just said, which is so interesting. I'm not saying that's necessarily bad. I actually love mechanics like that. I just find it really interesting they're putting that on a class that is supposed to be simple, and it's just they're adding a mechanic like that where every single time they have done that, it has eventually been removed because people complain about it. I find that fascinating. Max seems quite negative about the state of alpha. I don't think so. A lot of the classes I play are pretty fun, and the overall community sentiment on their class changes has been good. The add-on stuff is definitely... We've got to figure out exactly where that's going to go. But, yeah, I would say I'm generally having a good time, I think. All right. Let's do this. Let's get this tier list going. Oh, I hope this saved. It might not have. That would be sweet. It did. Sweet. Um, so we made a little tier list yesterday about how the general vibes of your class changes have been in alpha. The majority are pretty good. There's only one great changes, although the caveat for this is like it's kind of combining the changes that happened last patch because there weren't a lot of Frost DK changes because they literally just reworked it. So this is more of just like how they feel about Frost in general, just in the history of the game. They thought this was like the most fun version of Frost they've played. This is not power at all because anyone who's telling you how powerful anything is totally making it up. And then, yeah, it was a bunch of good conversation. I'm surprised to see Unholy so low. The idea with Unholy was very simple. It was all of the ingredients are there, they just haven't cooked it yet. Like the class fantasy is good, the Apex talents are good. The direction is good with the wounds basically being on yourself instead of on your enemy. It's just that it just plays like shit until they cook it. I feel like I think we could move every spec down a tier and it would be 10 times better, not gonna lie, says someone in chat. Based on what? Just like, that would correspond better with my level of Doom. I don't play all of these specs, but I hate WoW. And there's just no way it's good. It's gotta be lower. And we still don't know what set pieces will give us, so maybe it'll be poggers for some class. I'm going to go ahead and guess that at the beginning of this expansion, your tier set bonuses are going to be no better than like 2-piece Blade Dance does 10% more damage, 4-piece you're in meta you do 5% more damage. Like it's good. The tier sets upcoming are going to be the most basic thing you've ever seen in your life. But that's not new. That's just what they do at the beginning of expansions. Because there's so many things changing, they don't want to use tier sets as necessarily an avenue for change because the game is changing so much anyway. They can be more basic and they don't want to overwhelm people. Does this tier list take into account the removal of weak auras? Nope, this is purely based on your class changes. Max, tier sets might interact with Apex talents specifically. Yeah, probably at some point. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be in the first tier or not. I wonder if they're going to still do the, like, hero talent sets, if that makes sense. Max, have you gotten a hold of Bigwigs for Alpha yet? Nah. I'm probably not going to play Alpha today. If there's not going to be a build, I might play megabonk. But I don't know if I'm going to do it on... I'm actually a little concerned about megabonk. I was watching Shroud play it earlier. And it looks exactly like Risk of Rain 2, at least gameplay-wise. Like, just what it looks like when you're in there. And my only issue with that is Risk of Rain 2, which a banger game, by the way, is... I just... I get like I guess I would call it motion sick. Um, but if I could describe my symptoms, I play the game for like an hour and a half, and I get a progressively worse headache. I start sweating, and I feel like absolute shit. And then as soon as I stop playing the game, I feel great. Is that motion sickness? I don't know what that is. Um, it's like my fucking. I just feel fucking terrible. Like I don't get literally sick. Like I don't want to throw up or anything. It's just like my brain is getting fried. Welcome to your 30s. Okay, I don't understand that though, because I can play any other game ever, and it never happens except for one specific thing. I'm thinking it's some kind of like field of view, camera angle thing. I don't know exactly what causes it, but wait, max is 30? Yeah. Wait, are you saying that nice style like you meant you thought I was 20? Or were you saying you thought I was older than that? Yeah, nice style. I thought you were younger. Oh, let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh, so nice. Oh, oh my god. Max, try a FOV mod. I don't care that much about Risk of Rain 2. Same thing with Hades. I want to try playing Hades again. Love a good roguelike. Um, but I just it makes me feel like shit. All right, let's finish this fucking tier list. So we have to talk to DPS warriors. We have to talk to DPS rogues. Those are the two like main ones. That's like half of what's remaining specs wise. Um, we have um Windwalker, Elemental Shaman, Ret Paladin, and Havoc and Devourer. And then we have tanks, which I still don't really know who I'm going to talk to about tanks. But I mean, some of the people I've been talking to haven't actually been on alpha. I mean, I feel like I could talk to Dork about the tanks because, like, okay, maybe some tanks have been on alpha and Dorky hasn't for some reason. But like, what have you done on alpha that would make you more knowledgeable about tank changes versus actually reading them and watching streams? Because there's nothing on alpha that is going to challenge you as a tank at all, right? So it's like, what are you even... like, DPS, you can go hit a dummy and totally get the point. As a tank, like, the entire bit of tanking doesn't exist on alpha. You can't... There's nothing you can do that is going to try to kill you. So, I think I might just talk. Have you looked at all the notes for all the specs, Dork? Of course, that's my job. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. For Windwalker, I could probably find somebody. What about DPS warrior? What about DPS rogue? I think that one dude's doing MDI time trials. Speaking of which, hey, is the new Ghost of Tsushima game good? Super random. Keep in mind, by the way, I don't care about graphics. I don't care about story. I'll be skipping every cutscene. It is purely gameplay, character progression, cool talents, and farming better gear. That's what I like in that game. Which, by the way, the first Ghost of Tsushima was turbo goated at all of those things, and I loved it. So basically, I'm asking if it's a better version of the first game when it comes to that. If you liked the first, you'll like this. All right, W. It's better, just the story is worse. Yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah, I'm not playing video games for the story. Generally speaking, they come nowhere close to good TV. Speaking of good TV, are you guys watching Task? By the way, holy fuck! What's the name of this guy? I've never seen Tom Pelfrey. I've never seen this guy in a show before. What an absolute fucking monstrous beast. This guy is crazy. He's insane, bro. He's in Ozark? Oh, I've seen Ozark. Who the fuck did he play in Ozark? Huh. Oh, he plays Ben. Oh, I totally forgot about that. I mean, he looks very different in Task. That's probably why I didn't recognize it. It's also been a long time since I've seen it. Bro, Task is so good, my guy. It's so good. Nobody's watching this goofy ass TV show. Bro, it has to be getting good IMDb ratings. Oh, that's so bright. Oh my god. Okay, one second. I'm not gonna spoil the episode plots or anything. I just want to see the ratings. Episodes. Yeah, they're all like 9 out of 10. That's what makes sense. It's just your typical goddamn banger HBO show. Slow Horses is also very good. Slow Horses is crazy good. I haven't watched the most recent season, but I've watched all the other ones. I'm waiting for my girlfriend to watch the first couple seasons. Well, Crit Cake just ended stream. Wait. Crit Cake. My goat. Are you on Alpha and around? He's not in Alpha. Well, that's stupid. Max, Apple has some pretty good shows like Foundation and Severance. Foundation is the most underrated show that I've watched in the last like 5 years. It looks incredible. It is very compelling. It's really sci-fi, so you gotta kind of be into that. But I don't ever hear anyone talk about it. But it's a fucking banger. Lee Pace, total beast in that show, as well as the guy who plays Harry Seldon. I don't know his name, but he's a goddamn beast too. Like, dude, the best way I could describe Task is like it's a direct in the middle of a pie chart between Ozark, True Detective season 1, mainly those two, and then it's got a little Sons of Anarchy in it. It's like it's got all the vibes of those three. True Detective season 1, that's high praise. I'm just saying like the vibe of the show. I'm not saying it's as good or bad or as any of those things. Although I will tell you, I think it's probably as good as any of those. True Detective season 1's probably better, but it's like really, really good. True Detective season 1 might be the best show of all time. Maybe actually a hot take. True Detective season 1 total banger. I think it's a little overhyped, mainly because the actors and the like manliness of it, you know? Like I feel like it's like overhyped based on like some still photos, you know? Now, usually when people say overhyped, they mean it's bad. I think it's fucking amazing. I've seen it multiple times. But I can name at least a few seasons of TV that like clear the fuck out of it. It's obviously all subjective too, but Westworld season 1. Oh yeah, definitely. Westworld season 1's top. Anyway, what the fuck are we talking about? We're talking about WoW stuff. Crick Cake didn't respond to me. I believe Jedith is around. He can talk about Havoc stuff. And J Funk messaged me yesterday and said, me, Babs, and this guy don't have alpha. I recommend adding Rookdorf on Discord. That's Mickey. He's a mod in the Discord and a longtime Windwalker player. Has been playing it and put up a feedback post on the forums. Yeah, but I don't know that guy. So and he can, I don't know. Someone get me in touch with that dude. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how this works. Peaky Blinders clears Westworld. Oh my god. Dude. Maybe a whole show. I mean, there's a lot of things that clear Westworld's entire like show, but there's almost nothing that beats Westworld's first season as like a singular thing. Yeah, Westworld got pretty tough. Cyberpunk Edge Runner's crazy. I usually don't watch anime. I'm surprised if you watched any anime. What do you mean by that? I mean, I don't watch any anime, but I'm just very normie. Yeah. I mean, I tried to watch some anime like Love, Death and Robots. I kind of like Dexter's Lab. Dexter's Lab is great, actually. They're all just pretty good cartoons. I went too far with Dexter's Lab. I had a couple people really going in chat. I don't know if you guys were following along, but they were like repeat messaging. That's not an anime. That's not an anime. And as soon as I said Dexter's Lab, I think they probably got it, but I probably could have kept it going. Dude, I'm going to put a fucking hat on. 1 second. Yeah, my hat's got a little elephant on it. You see it? I got it at the San Diego Zoo. Are you wearing women's jeans? What the fuck does that mean? What's wrong with my jeans? Are you telling me I got a fat ass? Is that what you're saying? I do have a massive ass. I've always had one, but especially in the last few years of playing hockey, my legs have gotten way bigger and stronger, and my ass has gotten just it's huge. It is legit hard to buy pants that fit.
Straight up. Speaking of which, if anyone else has hockey ass, do you know how, like, are there any clothing brands you know that just like understand what that's like? Just low key. That's not an ass, that's WoW's ass. Yeah, actually, like I played travel hockey as a kid, so then I had a little hockey ass, and then in my 20s, it lost its form and became gamer ass. And then in my 30s, it has been reformed into a like gamer hockey ass hybrid that has the hockey form and the gamer size. You know what I mean? Max, invest in yoga pants. I can't wear any like tight fitting shorts or sweatpants. It's not a thing. It is like the only thing you'll look at, and it's like it sounds stupid to say this, but like it's a lot. It sounds really stupid. Like it looks, it's, yeah. Um. Okay. Enough about this. Okay. Someone is adding me. We gotta change the subject. It all changed when I put a hat on. Okay. So this guy adds me, right? This guy adds me, and then J Funk messages me. I'll even show you this. Right. So he hits me with this. I'll have him add you on Discord if that helps. All right, cool. So I go to my friend requests. My guy. And it starts alphabetical order with the fucking numbers in front. With the numbers in front, bro. How am I supposed to find this? Scroll down or use the search bar. Yeah, I'm doing it. Oh, it's streamer mode, so half of them are hidden. Oh, I think I found it. All right. My goat. Can you come talk about Windwalker? He said, yep, I'm ready. All right, we're talking to someone named Rook. He is a goat. We're talking about Windwalker, which I actually really care about. So I'm going to be locked in. Because I've played it in, like, probably more than anything else on Alpha so far, and it does feel very similar. But they obviously removed a bunch of the damage modifiers, but I'm interested to hear more from someone who pays more attention to me. What's his Twitch name? I don't know. Someone will figure it out. Hello?
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing much, really. I'm trying to catch your vibes about Windwalker based on the changes they announced so far. Do you think you can help me with that?
Sure. Yeah, by the way, I'm Mickey on the Monk server, so anyone who sees that name, that's me.
Mickey.
But
Okay,
yeah, cool. I'm the monk who's played the most on Alpha so far. In, Windwalker tradition, I wrote a extremely long forum post of feedback, so got that going.
Okay.
I think basically, as you've seen, like a lot of
Wait, first, before you go any further,
yeah.
You just like self-proclaimed yourself as the person who has played the most Windwalker on Alpha. That goes crazy. How do you know that?
I mean, only like 3 of us in the Discord got it. And I know I've played more than the other two, so
All right,
that's
Jesus
about
Christ.
it.
So I'm talking to a fucking expert. I can fuck with that. Okay, so
Sure, sure.
so what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, you see a lot of the other specs, and they're more complaining about simplification in terms of like button cleanup and like empty bars and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we didn't get hit that hard on that front. We got hit super hard on the other side, which is the damage amp windows and playing around those kind of things.
Yeah.
Where to the point where I think we only have two damage amps across the entire spec right
Wait,
now. One of
what
them
even
is
are
on
they? Are they like literal
Zuen
damage?
has a little one, empowered Tiger Lightning, that's second half of the tooltip.
Oh, okay. And then
And Fatal Touch in the class tree, I think they just forgot because it's in the class tree. It's bottom row, that one.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, which is a weird one. I mean, going into War Within Alpha, I remember thinking like, hey, this is weird that they added a million little damage amps. So, seeing those cleaned up is like fine. But the weird one is, of course, like our main cooldown does not have it. And I think that's just a little strange, a little far. Yeah, on beta for Weapons of Order. It's just like a secondary effect that we have on live, Storm, Earth, and Fire, with no, increased damage at all. So I think that's a little far. And, they've also like Zuen doesn't have Invoker's Delight, the big haste buff during it anymore. That's not an option and it's not baseline. So,
Yeah.
A lot of the things people have been kind of suggesting is like, what if Zuen didn't have a damage amp, he got Invoker's Delight, and we had a damage amp on Weapons of Order again? Like, that would be kind of a nice solution there.
Yeah, I wonder.
yeah.
So it's possible they went too far with that. I think I kind of agree with you with the whole like they had too many mini damage amps. I think especially
Sure.
if you're looking at simplifying things for new players, which again I think something I've learned, probably going to continue learning today and did learn yesterday, is that entire aspect of like the game is becoming for babies now is like massively overblown. But I do think I think combining multiple damage amps is one of the hardest things for people to do. Like if you're outplaying someone else, there's
For
a
sure.
good chance that you are doing better at that than them, among other things. So like I could see them targeting that more with other classes, and Windwalker seem to get it more than that. But I am like, do you at least somewhat kind of look forward to like they talked about building more power into base spells? Like I feel like Windwalker has had this constant issue for years, right? Of like we need a tier set to make Rising Sun Kick or Fist of Fury actually good. But like now stuff like Spinning Crane Kick is going to be doing as much damage as it was doing before in Chi-Ji procs, all the time, and then the Chi-Ji proc is just the free use. Is there any Are you looking forward to it all just these spells being powerful on their own to where that's less of an issue, or do you feel like it's going to suck to maybe not be a strong cooldown class?
I think it's going to be a little too flat, is kind of how we're viewing it right now. It seems like there's not a lot of opportunity to, have that sort of burst, because even like stuff like, all the Crackling Jade Lightning talents are gone. And that was a nice form of like, here's some AoE burst that you have this kind of build and release cadence to. And that's like totally gone.
Yeah.
Especially like the procs they've mentioned in the kind of alpha notes where they're talking about what the direction is just in plain text for the spec. They want the procs to feel important and good. But the procs just being a free cast without
is
any
not
sort of
strong
random
enough.
stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not compelling. Especially like right now, we've got a lot of resources in general. Like if you check out the node bottom right of Weapons of Order called Obsidian Spiral, yeah, that one. You can see like that gives us a ton of chi during Weapons of Order already. Like that, you almost can play it like Old Serenity, where you're not Tiger Bombing very much. You're just blackout kicking as filler, and like. Chi is not an issue. Of course, this is just in cooldowns, but just in general, like, there's a lot of sources of Chi. You're not really that starved playing on Alpha that much. So, a proc just being free cast is not super compelling.
Yeah, okay. What about... I have some general thoughts. They were talking about removing buttons from the game. Enhance... Yeah. If you were to picture an old UI package that basically everyone's UI looked the same, but like their top row has the buttons that have cooldowns that you care about. Like a Windwalker one would look something like you see Rising Sun Kick, then Fist, then Whirling Dragon Punch, then I forgot the fucking name of
like Strike of the Windlord.
Strike of the Windlord. How the fuck did I forget that? And then you have clones, then you have your Tiger. Right, that. Okay. Yeah. Windwalker, as far as melee DPS, was probably second in terms of how long that bar was. You think that's accurate? And then Enhance was certainly the longest.
Yeah, and
Okay.
enhanced got cleaned up a
And
little for sure.
Enhanced got cleaned up crazy, and I guess they combined or choice noted Whirling Dragon Punch and Strike of the Windlord. But I wonder
Yeah,
if it's still they didn't. I'm not saying they should really go farther because I'm someone who loves Windwalker and I love that part of it, right? And especially with the fact their mastery is the way it is, you kind of need multiple buttons that you're playing off of. But uh, I don't know. How do you feel about that? And they didn't get rid of like slicing winds, for example. Like what's your slicing winds
yeah.
take?
Slicing wizards is a whole other can of worms here. Like, I think first on the button part of things, like, we definitely had a lot, but I don't think it's bad that certain specs, have more buttons than others. And I don't think that we were to a point that it was like too ridiculous or you're running out of keybinds or anything. And I'm sure some people disagree there. But like, the combined choice node of Strike and Whirling Dragon Punch is definitely sad to see because I don't really think we didn't even take both of them that often. Like in the current tier, you're usually taking one and not the other. So it's not a huge deal, I would be shocked if that one changed, but it would be nice to have the flexibility to, take both when needed there.
Yeah.
But anyway, slicing wins, yeah, like that is I'm, shocked to see that one staying around as is and getting support nodes and most importantly becoming mandatory for conduit right now. Like that is a
Oh
pretty
yeah.
controversial spell. Yeah, check out the middle
Yeah,
right on
I
conduit.
saw it. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, it's our current tier set right now. But yeah, middle right is Slicing Winds activates Heart of the Jade Serpent, which is kind of this buff that you play
yeah.
around in Conduit, where your cooldowns are super fast and Fist of Fury is super fast. It also is very unintuitive. There's like 3 sources of this buff, and 2 of them refresh timers, and one of them overlaps with the other 2. Very weird.
I I also think that
Yeah,
like Windwalker, among other classes, has a history of having your movement spells doing damage. Like obviously there was the Chi
sure.
Torpedo for Dam. Old heads will remember the like PvP set bonus in High Mall where you rolled for a reduction, and then you
Yep.
have like now you have Slicing Winds for damage, and it seems like and Havoc has had the same thing where like anytime you put too much movement spells for damage, people there's just a large set of people that get mad about that. It's just it's interesting to me that they're doubling down on the Slicing Winds also as an
Yeah,
empower on a class
it's
that's typically
especially that.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like an Empower is weird in melee. Like it's a cool Plunderstorm ability. It was a cool experiment for like one tier, and after that, I'm kind of like I'm over it. And this is again mixed in the community. I would say more people dislike it than like it. Um, but yeah, replacing Flight and Serpent Kick too, so you lose like a more consistent kind of form of mobility. Not that you use it a ton in PvE, but it's a fun spell to have.
Yeah.
Um, and also just like in our live tree, we kind of have 3 capstones that are like active things to play into, being the Crackling Jade Lightning stuff, Slicing Winds, and Jade Fire Stomp. And like of those 3, I'm shocked that the one that gets removed is the Crackling Jade Lightning, which is probably the best received. It's popular right now in the current tier, and people like playing with it in general. Slicing Winds has been weird overall. Jade Fire Stomp, sure, they got rid of the active version of it, and they made the passive actually a lot more interesting. This is probably the thing that has changed, my opinion has changed the most on playing it in alpha, is Jade Fire Stomp, or Jade Fire Fists, I guess technically now, is actually pretty neat. With Conduit especially, you're firing off a lot of these, and they hit pretty hard with the follow-up node, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, Slicing Winds in general, especially being mandatory for Conduit, is pretty, I don't know, it goes pretty far.
Well, I mean, okay,
And
so it isn't
yeah,
an actual ability in a damage rotation, I think, is frustrating on its own, but I think the main
sure.
issue is that Flying Serpent Kick is so universal to Windwalker Monk mobility, similar to like basically any main movement spell for another class, to where
Right.
if you're playing this rotationally, it just feels like you lose that button, and that just feels so bad. And people will say like, "Oh, well, you have a choice. Slicing Winds is a node." It's like, well, you really don't. That's not really how playing this game works at high level. Like, if it's the best thing, you play it. And also, they built it directly into one of the things, so you do have to play it. I think that personally to me is the worst part of playing it is just knowing that you won't have Flying Serpent Kick.
Yeah. And like, if I just wanted an open world, I just don't want to have to respec to an open world spec to not have Slicing Winds. And for to be fair, for Conduit, I do think this is alpha. On the live Conduit, we actually have a choice node where you can opt into playing Jadefire Stomp as like a Conduit kind of enabling thing. And no one has ever taken it, of course, but it's there. And they were smart enough to say this is maybe an ability not everyone likes. Let's make it a choice node.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
not be surprised at all if this Conduit one with Slicing Winds becomes a choice node in the future. I think that's like a pretty safe way to keep it around if they want to keep it and make it, this opt-in kind of thing. But as you say, if it's best, you're going to take it anyway. So
What do you think about the Apex talents?
Not great. I don't know. A little boring in general. I think, like, sure, they have the name brand of Tiger Eye Brew, which a lot of people have this nostalgia for, but kind of the point of Tiger Eye Brew in the past was, like, it's this flexible cooldown you spend when you need to. So maybe the boss has a damage taken amp, and you don't have a lot of stacks, but it's still worth using at that time. Versus, like, it's a 90-second cooldown. And, of course, this has none of that. It just makes Weapons of Order a little beefier of a cooldown, because Weapons of Order is a very limp cooldown right now.
Yeah,
but also, sidetrack, lame fantasy. Like, lame name, lame icon, cool visuals. Rename it Serenity, and it'd be, like, 90% better.
It'd be 90% cooler, yeah. But I also think it's interesting that the reason that these Apex talents exist is probably why Weapons of Order doesn't have a damage amp on it. So it basically feels like you're slamming at least multiple points in your Apex talent to... Or actually, I guess it's just one, to make Weapons of Order have the damage amp that it maybe should have. Which feels bad.
Yeah, it just feels like it's like, well, actually, it's kind of a trend that we're seeing a lot here. Like, they made a couple, like, previously passive effects talent points now. Like, on the right, the Blackout Kick combo breaker effect, right of Obsidian Spiral.
I see, yeah.
Yeah. Like, that used to be passive. They're kind of taxing us a lot in terms of talent points right now, which is, not fun to see. And I think Tiger Eye Brew is basically a talent point tax, saying your cooldown does something more than, just this G reduction effect. And it's lame to have an Apex talent that just feels like tax that you have to take to make your cooldown do more. And it plays into another thing they said in the alpha notes is like, we don't want you to be doing more damage just by damage amps. We want you to be critting more and doing more crit damage, which is a weird direction to take, I would say.
Especially
and
after they
kind
just
of what the
made...
Tiger Eye Brew thing is.
Yeah, they just made haste make sense for the first time in a while to where
Yep.
you actually want to use these different stats. And now it's like, okay, like we're giving you a massive benefit to playing crit. I guess you don't have to take
Yep.
those talents. You could just take one and then just take some spec tree points, but I don't know.
It's also, I mean, it's kind of the third one of those, because, like, War Within said, you want haste now, and we said, okay. And then one of the War Within patches said, your mastery is increased by, like, 80% or whatever it is, so you also want mastery now. And we said, okay. And now they're saying, you also want crit now. And we're like, all right, I guess.
Yeah. As long as it's not verse, I guess. All right, that's a lot of information, but very, very, very thorough and very good. So you have to even though you've explained it all, you have to very simply place your vibes in a ranking.
Yeah.
Where would you put it?
I'm putting it top of knock rate.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I think the community, we did kind of pull people, and I think a lot of them are seeing, like, oh, actually, we didn't mention this. I gotta mention this. Storm, Earth, and Fire is gone. No pets. Hooray. Except they added a pet to Shadowpan, and they added a pet to attack. So, one step forward, two specs back on that part. It's the bottom node of Shadowpan.
Oh, wait, so casting this...
It's just kind of a random NPC who melees and
I mean,
casts one
they could
Fury.
introduce a pet and it not be as, like, historically bugged as Storm of Earth and Fire.
Yeah,
right?
like, this will definitely be a lot cleaner. Like, the other one, go to the spec tree on the middle left. It's called Storm Spirit Strike. It's, like, below Dance of Chi-Chi.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. This is, like, it's probably supposed to be... Well, first of all, it's a live PvP talent. But it's probably supposed to be like, hey, if you miss Storm, Earth, and Fire, here's a way to get a spirit that does some stuff. And you can see it's very clearly called out. It only does these 3 spells. We're not going to, get into buggy territory with, like, trinkets and whatever else here. But this one's weird. It doesn't refresh if you can only have one out at a time. It's definitely a very early iteration of this. And, at this point, just throw the pets away. We don't need them. Like, we don't need this. Give us a different Shadowpan capstone. I don't know. Get us out of here.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time, Rook. That was very, very good. It's interesting. I have, like, now, for most specs, I have, like, exactly one person I can talk to that I think is capable of nuance, isn't a doomer, or also a crazy optimist, and is, like, somewhat respected. And for Windwalker, I have, like, at least 4 people that are like that, which is true because it is it's the goated spec. So it makes sense that there are that many goats. So thank you for... Nice to meet you, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, see you. Okay. I just met him. I'm not hitting him with a love you. I just met him. I just met him. Okay. I just met him. Why did I put a hat on? Oh, he messaged me, love you. I got owned. I got fucking owned, bro. Who's messaging me? Do you need a rogue person later? Been testing a bunch of stuff on alpha, and I'd love to break it all down. Okay, cool. I might have a rogueman. Crick Cake gave me the name of some people that are good at talking. Okay, so I have a potential rogueman. That's a good one to get out of the way, I guess. We have warrior. We could do tanks. Dork, you want to talk tanks? What's your schedule like? You don't have a fucking schedule. What does that mean? You know what that means. I'm calling you. Let's get the tanks out of the way. Wait, are you doing MDI time trials?
No, what the hell? Bro, now you're accusing me of doing MDI too? That's actually
I mean,
insane.
dude, every single time you say you're not going to do MDI, you just do MDI.
Yeah, but that hasn't been true all the time.
Yeah. Holy... Oh, these are cool. Oh, how many good MDI teams are there?
I would say 4. I mean, it's kind of like, the expected. Like,
Is
you've
it
got,
mandatory miscount method?
yeah,
And
it's the
liquid.
usual culprits.
We've got a liquid team. Oh my god.
Yeah, those guys basically filled Perplex's shoes.
Boomy, my goat. My goat. Okay. We have okay, so do you agree with Kyrasis' ranking of DK? Did you listen to that?
Yeah, but I honestly want to lean into great changes. Like they've actually done a lot to it. Something that Karasis didn't mention. He didn't have a whole lot of time to speak. He said he could have gone into it forever, but like they've reduced some of the nuclear launch sequence that Blood DKs have as an opener, and Shattering Bones. Like basically a lot of the Bone Shield interactions got taken away, which is like really fucking nice. Because like one of the biggest gripes I've had with DK for the longest time is you would rely on your bone shields getting taken off to function as a class, and it's so frustrating. Like any of you guys who play Blood DK knows this. If you're not getting your ass beat by the boss or mobs, it's like just fucking hit me, man. Like you're not getting hit and you can't CDR your dancing rune weapon. You're not doing damage. You're tied to your D&D. Like there's just so many problems I've had with Blood DK for
Yep.
the past 2 expansions.
That's a truth
and
nuke.
it's been like so heavily improved that I want to say like I'm actually really happy with the direction Blood DK is going. Also, another thing is the Blood DK Discord can no longer get pissed at high-end players because you can now take both Umbilicus and you can take what's it called? Fucking the damaged one. Because like for the longest time it's like, all right, do not take this talent. Like this is the worst shit ever. Also, they removed Rune Tap too, so like you can't even begin to get mad because like they took it away. They're rejoicing for sure.
Now everyone's on the same page. That's good. Okay, so that's fine. We already went over Blood, so I mean I don't know.
Yeah,
Do you want to overrule him and put him in great changes, or are you good with the top of pretty good? Because you can do that.
I feel like there's a lot of these classes have good changes. It's just like nobody wants to put them up there. I was talking to Goop yesterday too. Like Goop was like, "Oh yeah, the changes are great, but like I don't want to be the first one to put it up there." So like he probably would have.
Oh,
wanted to
that
put in
makes
great
sense.
changes
Yeah,
too, but,
that's
like,
how these
nobody wants to be
kind of
that guy.
things. That's how these kind of things
Yeah.
work. Because also there's like a lot of pressure because if you are the person on here talking about this, and there's some perception that Blizzard will care about this, which I think is maybe partially true, but I think very minor, certainly much more minor than it is in some people's minds. They're like, I don't want to be the person that said this thing was better than it was, and then we don't get changes for the rest of beta or our class isn't good. It's because I said it was good, and they don't want to have a
Well,
bunch
the
of.
alternative could be like, Blizzard sees it as like, oh, these are good changes to the classes. Like maybe we should keep making these types of changes to
Actually
going
true.
forward. I don't know.
Actually true. That's a really fucking good point. Like if they make changes in a certain direction and the response is these changes are great, then they might be more likely to do that. In that, yeah, no, you're right. That's absolute facts. All right, you can put in great
I want to
changes. Bro.
say,
Fuck it.
yeah, I want to say for Frosty K2, it's actually really fascinating because like I've been saying this for a while now. Like they literally gave Frosty K the midnight treatment this patch, except there was no narrative going in, so people didn't have that preconception of like, oh no, they're gutting Frosty K, right? Like, cause like Blizzard didn't come out and say that. Like, so I mean, this is like a whole fucking potty C topic we would have, but like, I want to say I'm gonna blame Blizzard and Wowhead for this whole doom and gloom that's been going on, cause like this shit isn't actually real. It's just like Blizzard said the word simplify, and
Yeah,
Wowhead
it's
obviously
actually
is gonna be like they're pruning every single spec in the game. So now like everyone's like, oh no, like what is Blizzard doing? Like, cause like nobody fucking knows what the hell's going on at midnight. They're just tourists, right? Like we're just like looking around and they're just seeing all this shit going on. Except
Well,
with Frosty K specifically, they made these changes. They simplified the fuck out of Frosty K. And everyone's been loving Frosty K. Like I'm glad Atlas said that yesterday about Frosty K because I've been hearing that a lot. Like I personally been enjoying Frosty K myself too, but people have been saying how like, bro, this is like some of the most fun I've had playing Frosty K, which is just insane because like they literally gutted the fuck out of Frosty K. Like
yeah,
we're just gonna
exactly. Which
make this
goes to
whole
show
argument, like,
one very important thing, which I think has been maybe the most misunderstood thing from all the feedback I've seen, is that let's just say it was true. Which again, you are very right in saying that if your idea of what's happened in alpha is that everything has been majorly simplified, you have been fucking lied to. Like that's basically fake news. Second, simplifying something doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. You can take a class and simplify it, and it can be a better, more fun version of that class than the one you played before. But I feel like some people have an equivalency between simplifying and like not fun, boring. But I think part of it, you mentioned part of it is Blizzard's fault and part of it is Wowhead's fault. Here's part of it. Okay, let's say everything is the same, except for they specifically didn't do Demo Lock, Resto Shaman, and Fire Mage. To where there's nothing exactly to point to. Like them saying we're simplifying classes and then some people validly pointing out that there are classes that are literally like 2 buttons now. It supports the argument. People now start having like mass hysteria and they're like, this is happening to every spec in the game. Like I think they're probably going to revert a lot of stuff they did to Fire and Shaman, right? In response to this. That's my guess. So I think part of it is, yeah, I mean, it's just Blizzard going too far in a few specs and then everyone thinking the sky's falling.
yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't help that it's the stinking mages that are just making this to be a bigger deal than it is. I mean, yeah, like it is. They definitely went too far with Fire Mage. Like I have seen some of the Fire Mage shit. It is kind of ridiculous, but
Yeah, it's wild.
that's not applicable for literally any other spec that's been getting changes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I blame Hopeful in particular. Like fuck Hopeful, man.
Yeah. One of the raiders said something funny the other day where he was like tweeting about how he tried Mage on Alpha and like how he felt about it, and then they were like, that's interesting. He can actually log on Alpha, but isn't well enough to do farm raids with his broken hand. That's weird. That's actually really weird.
Dude, I've heard some mages who are like, "Oh no, we lost half our defensive buttons. Like this is so bad for us." I'm like, "Yeah, wow, you lost your fucking mirror images 20% DR that lasts for 40 seconds.
60% uptime.
G-Invis is like one of the biggest fucking defensives in the game. It's like, what the fuck?
Bro,
are
I'm
mages on
gonna
about?
be honest. Okay, I knew how good G-Invis was, especially for like raiding. I actually didn't know how good mirror images was. I didn't know it had a 60% uptime on a 20% DR is fucking illegal. That is so good. Like compare
Yeah,
that to like
it's,
Bark's.
I mean, it's still defensive too, because like it still eats shoots and stuff. So it still has defensive components. It's just not as broken as before.
That's just so broken. Okay, yeah, I mean mages will be fine. Okay, let's actually talk about tanks. So that was a nice little aside though. I might even put that at like the beginning of this YouTube video so you can just cook on that a little bit. But what Let's go. Actually, what is let's start with any tank you want. You have full free reign. Where do you want to start?
Okay, let's do Guardians since that's like, my it's crazy because I haven't played Guardians this entire expansion, but that's considered my tank.
Yeah, you're the bear.
Yeah, I would say this is actually one of the tanks I'm very positive. So I mean like this spec is literally the spec that could literally be played by a baby Blizzard said you would roll. So I mean like that it's been that way since the beginning of time, right? Except they actually made Guardians more complicated a little bit. Like they've added some cooldowns you can play around with. Like I don't know if it's gonna be good or not. Obviously, it depends on tuning. But like there are like two new cooldowns. One is called like Red Moon. It's just like some Moonfire type shit. And there's like Sundering Roar, which is like some thrash type shit. Yeah, it's like pretty cool. But more importantly, they've made Incarn require only 3 points, which sounds terrible still, but Incarn required 5 points. Yeah, required 5 points to take before. So you needed Berserk, you needed like Berserk Persistence or some shit, and you needed like another Berserk node, and then you needed Incarnate itself, and then you needed Ursoc's Guidance. So they trimmed it down so you only need 3 points to get all the good Incarn shit, which is like a pretty big deal. You can actually now pick up a lot more points. Because they didn't touch Guardian for the longest time. Guardian was like one of the specs that suffered from the whole beginning of Dragonflight problems. Like, you remember how there were a bunch of specs that had fucking 3-point nodes, 2-point nodes, and like you had to take all this bullshit just to make stuff functional?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now it only requires 3 points, which is like a huge buff, a huge bonus.
Yeah.
They also, you can just get 2 charges of Survival Instincts for free now. It just comes at 2 charges instead of requiring another talent to improve it.
Okay.
And they gave back some self-healing, Dream of Cenarius. It's the shit
Nice.
below Survival Instincts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after Wildfire 2 is like easy to obtain. It's below Berserk. So it's like they gave back some of the off-healing parts to Guardian, which is pretty cool. Heart of the Wild is like a pretty interesting cooldown now too. Like I don't know how effective it'll be, but maybe that has like more useful components too, like being able to just shit out a big wild growth.
Yeah, that's
I mean
the
like
main
a lot of
one.
really good changes. Yeah, you talked about that with other druids, right?
Yeah, the Heart of the Wild. I mean, I spoke to 2 other druids. I think only Goop mentioned it, but yeah, Heart of the Wild is like, I think it's probably the most interesting for non-guardians, just because you can use it for a 30% health increase and then shift out of bearer form, right? Which is like really strong defensively, which I think is probably 90% of the use of this button, but would be really cool is if the non-shape shifted Heart of the Wild was actually like a fat ass off heal, right? That would be really cool.
Yeah, it could be really sick. But yeah, like they also just made the class not as rage spammy because that was one of the problems with this class. Well, I mean, it depends on who you ask, but like a lot of people consider this class to be like too APM heavy. It is one of the highest APM classes where you're just mashing the same few buttons over and over. So that's like a good change in the right direction. Yeah, I mean, overall, like I think Guardian is looking much more interesting. You can take a bunch of nodes in the bottom. You can take a look at some of them too. Like there's one of them that just makes Mangle have 2 charges, and
Oh,
when you
wait,
maul above
what?
80 rage, yeah, it's the middle left.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like that's kind of cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of like cool new stuff. There's like a Waking Nightmares, like some proc that lets you spawn like a shade that'll just clone your thrashes.
Huh. Yeah, I
It's
like the red moon. Yeah, I don't have to hover over all this shit. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I'm just looking around at them.
Yeah, and you can take a lot of your defensive points without really sacrificing a whole lot. So, I mean, the class has just been improved in
All right.
almost every way.
All right, where would you rank it?
I mean, it definitely sounds like great changes. So
All right. Holy
I can't
fuck.
see anyone that would be upset about this.
2 tanks
If
out of the
anything,
way.
the class is getting more complicated too.
2 tanks reviewed, 2 tanks in great changes. W tanking.
Yeah, I mean, those are the 2 tanks that I felt like needed the changes the most, Guardian and Bloody K. 'Cause like those classes have been down bad forever, and I'm just like glad there's been changes for those specifically.
Yeah. Okay. Prot Warrior next?
Probably didn't really get a whole lot. I mean, they already did changes to the class this season, so it's like the same as Frosty Cave for the most
okay.
part. They did add a couple really good things for the class. They made Intimidating Shout uncapped. It
Oh, that's
was a
huge.
5 target fear. Yeah, like that is massive, especially for M plus. And there's that new talent, Battlefield Commander, where it reduces the cooldown by another 15 seconds. And it's like a bunch of other facts, like Rallying Cry now gives you 5% leech, 30% move speed. So the class just has a shit ton of utility now, which is like so strange because like for the longest time, warriors were known for being the Zug Zug class, right? Like the class brings no fucking utility. You just bring it for like battle shout and does damage, whatever. Except now it actually has a ton of utility. You have Uncapped Fear, Shockwave. You have Disrupting Shout, which is basically AoE silence for 6 seconds.
Yep.
That's super OP. Yeah, and you've got Rallying Cry, which is like somewhat real now. That's kind of a huge W for the class. And I mean, like, yeah, there's really not a whole lot of change because they've already changed this class. There was one other big thing. I forgot what it was.
Oh, didn't they come
Oh
up
yeah,
with some...
Violent Outburst.
Oh, what's Violent
Yeah,
Outburst?
So Violent Outburst was like a tier set from a while ago. I don't remember which season exactly, and they made it into a talent. And it basically amplifies.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. It before it amplifies your Shield Slam or your Thunderclap, and that was kind of like a noob trap, right? Like if you didn't track this properly, if you didn't play around this properly, people were probably misplaying Pro Warrior a lot. Because if you just like hit your rotation of just like Thunderclap, Shield Slam, Thunderclap, Shield Slam, some Revenges, etc., you would eventually run into the problem where you're amplifying a Thunderclap, which is like really bad, and you wanted to only amplify Shield Slam for the most part. So this just made it like much more simple where it can only buff Shield Slam and you don't run into the problem of accidentally buffing a Thunderclap too.
Nice.
Which I mean, it does remove some of the skill expression, but it was just more of like a noob trap than anything else.
Didn't
It's
they
kinda
have
like
some kind
Blackout
of
combo.
new intervene thing? Oh, that was only for the DPS warriors.
That's
I
only for
think.
DPS, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. W.
It was like-
Where would you rank warrior then? Not a lot of changes, but Dork?
I was getting my door real quick.
Oh, you're good.
What you say?
Where would you rank warrior?
I mean, if we were counting this season,
If they didn't
wanna
get a
also
ton of
say
change,
great changes.
if they didn't
Like,
get
they
a
didn't really get shit because like
Yeah, it's weird.
Right.
It's so what we did, the precedent being set with Frost so far is that like if you basically got no changes because you were reworked like a couple of months ago, you can kind
Yeah.
of like use that patch changes as a like this is how we're feeling about Prot Warrior and the history of Prot Warrior going into this expansion. This is what it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, the class has already been reworked and it's getting more. So I feel like that's probably great changes. Oh, also one more big thing too, which is really fucking weird, I forgot, is they removed the last stand and they made it into a passive cheat def. Yeah, so it's weird because now Pro Warriors have 2 cheat defs. I don't know how that's gonna work. They have Battle Scarred Veteran, which procs when you're below 30%, and it makes you pretty much immune for 8 seconds. And then you have Last Stand, which when you drop below 20%, you gain some survivability. Like you just get healed for 30% and you get increased max HP. I mean, Last Stand was a dog shit cooldown anyways. Last Stand has not been relevant since Dragonflight Season 2 tier set. Yeah, so I don't know how that's gonna work out with having 2 cheat defs. I mean, it's kind of weird, but
Well, the only problem
Well,
would
I guess-
be is if you can get hit from you can proc both from the same ability. That would be really bad. Like it would need to have it would need to like prioritize one. Like if this is ever going to proc, it doesn't proc Last Stand or the other way around or whatever.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I
cool.
mean, I guess the other big change too was like you have less shield wall uptime, but like it's whatever. Like every tank is kind of losing some defensiveness uptime. Like I would say overall, that's probably a good change.
Shield wall
It
or
just
shield
means
block?
More of your base mitigation. Shield wall.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's probably great changes considering like people are enjoying how current Pro Warrior plays, and it's only improving for the most part.
All right. Fuck yeah. All right. Vengeance.
Well, also one more thing too. I forgot
Oh,
is
shit.
we're getting mass grip for spear. What the fuck? We're getting even more utility.
Oh,
Never
yeah, I
mind.
forgot
It's gonna
about
be
that.
crazy.
Yeah, that it's so I saw
We're
we
actually
need
getting so
can we
much
show
utility.
do you have a clip of it? I saw a clip of it because it didn't look like that when I was reading the notes. But like when I saw it, it's yeah, throws this, chaining all enemies in the area to spear and pulling them to within 8 yards of the spear, but it's like a pixel stack, right?
Let me see. I think there might have been a clip. Does anyone have in chat? Surely someone has.
Oh, someone has the thing now. Warriors are getting a mass grip at midnight. Okay, so it doesn't pull them directly on top. But as long as they're in the circle, they get pulled in. Does it pull from farther away? It's very buggy at the
I'm not
moment.
sure. Oh, it's buggy. Okay.
It has a 1 in 10 chance of actually working at the moment. Okay, so it doesn't work right. But I mean, even then, that's still like, that's a stop, right?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, also just like having a pixel stack is very big.
Yeah. Okay, Vengeance.
Okay, this one is kind of weird. So they've reduced the complexity of this class a lot, and they completely reworked Spirit Bomb. So I'll say the new hero talent seems kind of boring. I think it's probably gonna be lame. But then again, I said that about Eldraki when Eldraki first came out, and I was kind of wrong about that. Like Eldraki actually turned out to be pretty cool. So yeah. I mean, for now, it seems pretty boring, and they reduced a lot of the passives. Basically, the class revolved entirely around frailty, which is like building your defensiveness passively by just attacking the mobs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like way too complicated for a lot of players. Because like a lot of Vengeance's tankiness is unintuitive. You would expect that if you have demon spikes up or if you had meta up, you would be tanky, except that's not true with Vengeance. Like you actually have to build your tankiness up. You have to collect a bunch of souls, so your Painbringer makes you tankier. You have to attack the mobs constantly so that you're building frailty stacks. And so they removed all that stacking components, and now you're expected to just be tanky while in spikes or in meta. They also removed demonic, at least it seems like
Well,
that for
isn't
now.
that?
Like it's not in
I
the
mean, so
class
like
tree.
right now you're looking at it with all that stuff gone. It's like okay, you're gonna lose a lot of tankiness, but isn't it potentially a good thing that you would just be tanky without needing to do all of that?
Well, no, yeah. Like assuming that's how the direction they're going with is to reduce a lot of the unintuitive tankiness, they've kind of achieved that goal. But at the same time, it does make the class a little bit less interesting, at least for me. Because like last season when I was playing a shit ton of Vengeance for MDI and stuff, what makes the class have so much skill expression is being able to understand your tankiness and where it's coming from. And like I've reviewed logs of players who were doing like keys up to like plus 20, like they wanted me to see how they were playing Vengeance, and like a lot of these guys still make a shit ton of mistakes. I would say that's like one of the hardest tanks to play at a high level, and they've reduced a lot of that complexity, which I mean that definitely makes the class way more approachable. So
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Also, the whole Spirit Bomb rework. I've always enjoyed how Spirit Bomb plays. Spirit Bomb playstyle is like my favorite version of Vengeance by far. And for them to just completely remove that from the game is kind of interesting, I guess. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. They basically made Spirit Bomb a 25-second cooldown. It's no longer a rotational button. I
Oh,
mean,
interesting.
it's been really hard for Blizzard to balance when you would play Spirit Bomb because Soul Cleave exists. So, like, it's just kind of weird to have like two spenders that like almost do the same thing.
Yeah, it's not surprising to me at all that they made that change. I feel like Spirit Bomb. It's really surprising to me that Spirit Bomb and Soul Cleave haven't been made more distinct by now.
Yeah, and I mean, I personally don't like that because I like Spirit Bomb, but Spirit Bomb is going away, and they made Soul Cleave uncapped, which is like actually massive.
Well, I mean,
think
they
that's
may
like a
not
huge
make
W.
Spirit Bomb going away. Like current Spirit Bomb's going away, but there's a world where, obviously, with a 25-second cooldown attached to it, it would also have to be significantly more powerful. So it might still feel great to press, right? I also feel that.
Yeah,
way
yeah, that's
about-
why like I don't know right now if I feel bad about it or not.
Okay. Where would you put it?
Probably okay, I would say. I mean, like it's kind of nuanced. Like, you know, some changes are great and some changes are I wish it didn't go away, but I would say it's okay.
All right, W. You can pick between Prop Paladin or Brewmaster.
Ooh, let's do Brewmaster.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Brewmaster stuff. So they've changed a lot with Brewmaster. Brewmaster, they took away pretty much all of their defensives. The only thing they have left is Fortifying Brew. So you're a tank with literally one defensive. But that's how it was back in BFA too, and that was kind of cool because like that was always Brewmaster's kind of bit, where you're just a fucking beast. You just are passively tanky, and I would imagine you're also buffing Stagger because Stagger is, well, Shuffle is getting buffed, but I don't know how much that is because of you're entering a new expansion. You would have to have Stagger be a little bit better. Yeah, so they made the class a lot more like BFA, like I've said, which is kind of cool. I like how Brewmaster has always just been the tank that just has mitigation at all times. But that doesn't necessarily make the class easier. Because I would say Brewmaster is the hardest class to min-max for tanks right now. Due to Shadowpan. And like Shadowpan has a lot of interesting mechanics. And they've reduced a lot of the button blow, which is a huge problem with Brewmaster. They removed Rising Sun Kick. That ability is dog shit. It's literally just a filler button that does damage. So, like, after you're done using your main buttons like Blackout Kick, you've spent your energy, you put your Keg Smash on cooldown, you just press Rising Sun Kick because it does damage. Like, wow. So that's gone. That's really good. I would have liked if they removed Rushing Jade Wind too. Rushing Jade Wind is also some fucking beans.
Wait, you have to actively
they have some-
press Rushing Jadewind still?
Yeah,
Oh, interesting.
yeah. Rushing
Okay.
Jade Wind is kind of lame, in my opinion. They've removed Weapons of Order, which was a pretty lame cooldown for Brewmaster. I mean, it was a really impactful cooldown for sure, especially this season with the tier set. But it's a really lame button to press. Like a lot of tanks that have played Brewmaster, they don't feel like it's an impactful cooldown like Avenging Wrath or Incarn or Meta. You know, like whenever you press these buttons, it feels great, but like Weapons of Order is kind of whatever. And they changed Blackout combo, so you can't really fuck up Blackout combo now. They basically simplified it a lot. It can only buff Keg Smash and what was it called? Tiger Palm. Because like before, you only ever wanted to use it on Tiger Palm for the most part, right? Except like there'd be moments where you would trap yourself into pressing either Celestial Brew or Purifying Brew, and it would consume your Blackout combo. But now you can just like not really give a fuck and just like press it on Tiger Palm. And I mean, it's still good to use it on Keg Smash too. Like you would definitely want to use it for AoE if you're just trying to be tankier. Yeah, so they made Blackout combo easier to use. They removed most of the defensives from this class. They removed Weapons of Order. But they still have the complexity of Shadowpan. And they have some new interesting stuff too. Like, so it's just like a lot of keg stuff. Like the Apex talents lets you just cleave kegs. It's kind of like a chain lightning for kegs where you just have kegs bouncing around.
That's
You've also
kinda
got
cool.
the new, yeah, you've got the new crackling Jade Lightning talent that makes it a 60-second cooldown and it can just like fork lightning. I don't know if this game has fork lightning. There's like no fork lightning, right? Like how the hell is that not a thing actually? It's a really iconic Warcraft 3 ability. Yeah, I mean like we don't know how good any of this shit is. Like you'll have to see with tuning, but assuming any of that stuff is actually good, it helps with Brewmaster's gathering a lot because Brewmaster does have the issue of like picking up trash packs, especially with how dog shit Keg Smash is. Keg Smash just like has the tiniest AoE ever, and so if they have ways to help the class gather mobs, I think that's a huge W.
Yeah. So you think it's a? You think
I
it's,
think it was a great change. Like I think this goes back to what Brewmaster should be about. I am like actually stoked for Brewmaster. I think it's fucking sick.
W. All right, and then you have Prod EP.
Broad Paladin, this one's definitely questionable. So they they removed the talent that makes wings have CDR, which is kind of lame. I mean, that seems to be like the theme
Yeah,
with a
I
lot
would
of
love
classes,
that.
right? Like, yeah, so wings is just going to be a 2-minute cooldown unless you talent into the bottom right most talent, Righteous Protector, which I mean, it seems kind of dog shit too. It just reduces cooldown by 50% and reduces duration by 40%, so it
yeah.
just makes wings a
Yeah.
shorter cooldown. Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of lame. And they the class still relies heavily on Consecrate, which is fucking lame. Like they've given Wrestler Druid that Life Bloom shit where you have your F-Flow following around, and DK is like less reliant on D&D. In fact, they removed it from Frost DK entirely. Except this class still has Consecrate tied to it. So that's really fucking lame. Aside from that, Sentinel is still a thing. So I don't even know if you ever really want to spec into Sentinel right now. Sentinel was like what made Prop Paladin pretty fucking sick back in Dragonflight. Now you still have that around. Yeah, so that's also really lame. You have 2 charges of Goak, which is kind of nice. Overall, like they didn't do a whole lot else with this class. We also like removed Zealot's Paragon, the whole Wings extension. Yeah, I mean, there's just like a whole lot less defensive uptime for this class, which I feel like will hurt the class a lot. They also removed, or not removed, but they made it harder to off heal because of the sins that happened with Prop Paladin back in Dragonflight.
I hate that. I mean, personally, like just like my times playing Prop Paladin, why you would play this class was it was like the tank where you gained at that time it was damage off tanking, but also it was like you were just like another healer, good spot healer, and that was like the gameplay of that was super fun. But I can also kind of see if there's any simplification, I could see Blizzard wanting tanks to never think about that because tanking's already for most people hard enough as it is. Like I kind of get it, but I also it's sad.
I think it's also they were not a fan of the whole 4 DPS thing people were doing in like MDI, and sometimes you would just have random streamers that would want to do that for fun, where they play without a healer, and JB would just complain on Twitter about groups not having a healer in a group. Yeah, so I mean, they basically made it so that if you Word of Glory anyone else, it costs 100% increased mana, except if you use it on yourself, you refund it. So we don't have that issue anymore of running And aside from that, they removed a lot of the passives to this class, kind of similar to Vengeance, where you had to like Avenger Shield to get your Bastion of whatever the hell it was called up. You would have to like you just had all these like little defensive interactions with all your buttons that you had to understand or maintain, and they took away a lot of that, which I think is actually a good change. Like I thought it was really annoying just trying to maintain all these different things to be tanky. Like I'm sure people have seen clips of famous tank streamers that would play Prop Paladin and they would just run into a pole and just get absolutely one shot before actually pressing any buttons. So I think we're trying to take away some of that from Prop Paladin, where you don't need to be as reliant on getting all your defensive components up. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I want to say it's like probably not great changes. The Prop Paladin definitely could do some work on Prop Paladin, but
not great.
It's not the worst.
It's
shit
not
ever.
terrible. I mean, I feel like Prot. Personally, I feel like Prot is like the next tank in line for getting like some major changes. I feel like it feels like a tank from like multiple expansions ago versus like a current one.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you see they posted retail class tuning?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but I heard people talking about that. That's actually insane.
Tell me what you think
It's
about
right after the time trials. What the hell? They nerfed Frosty K? I mean,
it.
that's
Get
kind of
nerfed,
expected.
buddy. Get nerfed.
Dude, it's funny how they buffed the fuck out of Hunters and then now Hunters are getting nerfed.
Yup.
Bro, I bet people are fucking pissed. I remember when I was saying how Hunter was gonna be so OP after these changes, and people were like, what the fuck is this dorky guy on about? He doesn't know shit about Hunters. Hunters are still gonna be dog shit. And it turned out to be the most played, most broken shit in M+. I mean, I guess in some raid fights too is also OP as fuck.
Is it in
I'm glad that's getting nerfed.
is it in the top runs for? Oh yeah, you're playing it in MDI.
Oh yeah, everyone is playing. Yeah, Hunter is so ridiculous.
Hunter, bro, Hunter Ellie Frosty K. That I am positive that is a like completely unique. Are you familiar with what scoregami is? This is super random.
No, I've never heard of
It's there's basically it's in a couple of sports, but mainly football, where like some this Twitter account will post when there's a score that has never happened before. Like someone will win like 43-37, and then it'll be like that's the like 1050th unique score that football can have or something, and it hasn't happened before. This is like that. This is a
Yeah.
scoregami fucking comp, bro. Prot Warrior Resto Druid Ellie Hunter Frost. That is like completely never happened in MDI.
Yeah, that is a pretty random comp.
Is anyone playing any other
Also,
shit, or is it always that?
It's mostly just that. Arcade Mage randomly got shot too. That's pretty sick. I'm happy for that.
You're happy for that? Someone randomly gets shot?
Dude, fuck Arcade Mages, man. They deserve getting shot, man. What the hell?
Hell
They probably
yeah.
didn't need to get shot, honestly. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, Arcade Mage is just like whatever right now, but good.
Wait, so they buffed Atonement and then nerfed it outside of Raid? So is that supposed to be just like Disc is the same in Dungeons, but it is a little better in Raid? I guess.
That's probably what it is. I mean, isn't this dog shit in raid too? So it's like,
I mean, Disc is probably fine. There's just healers that do Disc better than they just are better Disc priests.
yeah, this is kind of insane though. Yeah, there's no Ellie Shaman nerf. There's no Prot Warrior nerf. Kind of confusing.
Yep, season's dead.
Like, I don't even think this BM Hunter shit matters.
Bro, we're gonna be in fucking midnight in 4 months anyway. Pack it up.
Bro, 4 months is a long ass time.
Actually true.
Think about us being in this patch for another 4 months.
Dude,
People already checked out.
you know what we could learn how to do in 4 months? I bet we could learn how to sail.
What do you mean?
Like a boat. Like a sailboat.
Oh, yeah, like learning how to sail. Yeah, that'd
Yeah.
actually be
Fucking easy,
that would be a
bro.
useful skill to pick up. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Alright.
a good idea.
Yo, thanks for the tank feedback, big guy. My
Yep.
slime. All right, see you later. Love. Owned. All right. Yo, I need to go get some. Yeah, dude, I was yawning crazy style during that. Not because I was bored. Although I will say I do pay less attention to tank changes because I just am not really interested in that. But I was yawning insane during that, and I got good sleep. I did play 2 hockey games yesterday, so I'm probably generally tired. But I realized I haven't had like really any sugar today at all. I had broccoli and orange chicken earlier, which was gonna give you some of that, but no, I think I just need to eat some fruit real quick, and then I'll be good. Burb. And then we'll talk to some people. Someone said, Max, let me talk about Rhett and stop hooing me in Bolus's DMs. That did happen. Bolus said, hey, if you're looking someone from Rhett Discord to talk to tomorrow, he is pity 111 or pity 11 on disc. He should be available. And I fucking hooed him. And then he just repeated himself by quoting himself saying someone from the Rhett Discord. Dude, I feel like I can't bring this guy on just because he quoted himself. Like, bro, I know you typed that, but like, who is that guy? Fuck. He got owned. I got owned. All right, one second. Let me get some applesauce. Yerb. Yo, do you guys take naps? Yes, no, hell yeah, yes. I don't think I can take naps. It's just not part of my being. Like the idea of in the middle of the day just like laying down and falling asleep is insane. But I also get I think part of that reason though is because I I sleep enough. Like I sleep like 8-9 hours a night. I actually take sleep very seriously. I've recently read multiple sleep books actually. I really care about sleep. So I feel like, for example, if you sleep like 6 hours a night, I think you're much more likely to nap during the day because, well, I mean, you're just literally not getting enough sleep. So you are making up for that. You have to know how to nap. I'm not saying I'm not doing an equivalency. I'm not saying if you sleep 6 hours, you will nap, or if you sleep 9 hours, you won't nap. I'm just saying I think you're less likely to nap if you sleep enough than if you don't sleep enough. And by the way, just in case you were wondering, 6 hours is not enough. Can sleep when I'm dead? I mean, yeah, I respect that. It depends on the person. It doesn't. Sleep does depend on the person slightly, but like 5-6 hours of sleep is literally like less than you need as a human in a 24-hour cycle. But you can like sleep 6 hours at night and then nap. You can also sleep 6 hours a night forever and always be sleep deprived. But that doesn't, and you'll be alive, but that doesn't mean you're getting enough sleep. Max, are these drinks bad? Naked drinks? I'm not sure. I met... So when I was like really worried about hockey nutrition, because a typical day for me is 1 to 2 hockey games and lifting weights. So like 2 or 3, I guess like workouts. I worked with a dietitian on like how much I should be eating to like support that. Not necessarily to like lose weight or anything, basically to just sustain that amount of energy that you're expending. And they gave me a list of like good sources of quick carbs and like what stuff to avoid and whatever. And they recommended the naked drink specifically. I have no idea if they had any kind of like controversy or whatever, but purely like what's on the label, and what is like what goes into it is good for what I want. It's a lot of sugar, but it's also not added sugar. It is just fruit has a lot of sugar in it. They're super good, just high calorie, good calories. Yeah. I require a ton of calories to do this. Specifically, a lot of carbs, a lot of and quick carbs are what fruit is good depending on this when you have it. Specifically good for right now when I'm fucking yawning when Dorky's talking to me. Dude, I want to learn how to sail, man. All right, calling a rep paladin that I have to add, who I think is a 1-year sub in chat if I saw earlier. Yay. Adding friend. Max, I've been dealing with that as well with biking. I've been doing 50 plus miles quite often, and you gotta be fueling insane. Yeah, dude, I bet you're in crazy shape. The few people that I skate with that have like better cardio than me are usually cyclists or wrestlers. Those are the two that I run into that at least I've anecdotally like played with where like they literally have infinite wind. It's insane. As someone who does MMA, when I first started off, there's nothing more tiring than the 5 minutes of fighting for your life each round. Dude, I remember I was in like pretty good shape in high school. I was doing like varsity lacrosse, travel hockey at the same time. So you'd assume I'm in like pretty good shape, right? There was someone's birthday party at this one. It was like kind of like a Chuck E. Cheese, but like a little bit more like games and less kid stuff. It was some local place in Kentucky. And they had like, for birthdays, they had like this boxing ring with these comically large boxing gloves that you could like box your friends. So I was like, obviously it was like a boy's birthday party. So we were like all doing that. Bro, I have never been more tired than doing 60 seconds. Literally a minute in this thing with the like comically large boxing gloves boxing someone. I was fucking gassed. It was crazy. That made me feel like a total idiot. I added this person, but I don't know if they're here. If I added you and you're in chat and you got the Discord friend request, just like DM me on Discord. Who else do I have here? I don't currently have like a warrior, honestly. I do have a rogue guy. So I have that covered. I have a ret guy. I have a havoc guy. Who can I do for an Ellie? I usually there's a few Ellies I talk to. Didn't crit send you some guys? Yeah, but I don't know if they're around, my guy. Bond? Yeah, Bond is my goat. But I think he's doing keys, right?
For Paige.
Do you guys know that about Bond, bro? When I was like a little noob WoW player and Bond was in Blood Legion, he was just one of the names I remember of like do you know that feeling of like you starting playing this game and you like see someone on your local server in Dalaran and you have a gear score add-on and you're like, you look at the number and you're like, holy fuck, that guy is Jesus. Do you know what I'm talking? Like, can anyone relate to that? I had that experience. Like he was like that for me. When I never knew him back then. I've spoken to him a few times now, but like that was he was like that person. I thought he and all the Blood Legion dudes were Jesus. In like 2012. Bro, talk to Max. I'm banning you from my chat. Ignore him. Do not talk to me. He's doing live keys, my guy. Bond's that old? Bro, Bond was raiding in Blood Legion back, like, way back when. Max, are you going to log on to Legion Remix for the memes tomorrow? Why are you a mod? You know I hate when people do that. Because I made you laugh one time. Oh yeah, I guess being a mod on my channel isn't like some kind of mark of, you know, being a responsible person. Ban me then, pussy. I'll fucking ban, bro. Fucking call me a fucking pussy. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You are gone. Jesus. Get smoked. All right, I am unbanning you, but you did lose mod. But I don't think you've ever done anything with it anyway. Unless you say something funny again. Max, you are not a pussy. I am funny, and I am not reasonable. I can replace him as mod. No, fuck you, man. You're asking for it. That doesn't work. Did that guy message me? Oh, Touchpad will talk about arms specifically. All right, fuck yeah, Touchpad Warrior. Let's get it. Hello?
Ahoy.
Ahoy. Tell me about Arms Warrior.
Do you really like Slam? Like, do you like hitting Slam as an ability?
I haven't played Arms in a really long time, but I know that Slam is very controversial in that usually most warriors are like, I absolutely hate using Slam. Are they like doubling down on that?
It evolved a lot. It hit like a wet noodle for a long time, and then they added like 4 more talents to try to make it do damage. And it seems this time they want to use it so it modifies Mortal Strike.
So that's like the main change is like you're just slamming rotation. You're in the it's in
For
the
single
rotation.
target, yeah. There's now 4 talents for execute, which is kind of obnoxious. They could easily consolidate a lot of those. They changed sweeping strikes, so it's not duration based. It's now like charge based.
Okay.
And they also separated deep wounds. They got rid of our mastery. Our mastery is just like a flat damage increase to 2-handers.
Okay.
So like while you have a 2-hander equipped, you deal damage. That's it.
Okay.
They made it so execute applies deep wounds, natty, and then there's a second talent for deep wounds on the bottom left that makes it so only Mortal Strike crits and Cleave crits apply it.
Okay, so didn't they also give you guys like crazy ass sweeping strike shit?
They did. They changed quite a bit of that. Like for collateral damage, there was this like how you played in prior seasons was you would stack up a whole bunch of hits for like a really nasty cleave. Now they've made it so it stacks only to 3 times, but because of the charges spent on sweeping strikes, it just constantly is feeding and resetting every like 3 buff.
Like
So no longer like big cleave, just okay, cleave does like more damage, yay.
wait, that's how it is now? Like cleave does more
That's-
the way that
yeah.
I read it was like okay, assuming arms, and this isn't always the case, is tuned within like the average single target of everyone else in the game. It looks like you're doing like pretty close, like what, like 85% of your single target on a second thing, almost permanently. That is there's no class that has better 2-target cleave than that. So like that.
Oh yeah. And
that
then
sounds
in the patch
fucking
notes,
crazy.
For philosophy, they really doubled down on that, and they're like, we want arms warriors to be like the champions of 2-target cleave.
Yeah, that's by the way a really powerful niche because it's something that exists. Like a lot of people think of 2-target cleave, they're like, okay, Silken Court. And it's like, yes, obviously that's an entire boss of 2-target cleave, except that I think that boss is actually, this is a tangent that doesn't matter, but like more damage amp focused actually than like 2-target cleave. But they you two target cleave when you're burning down an ad that needs to die. That happens on like a ton of fights, right? That's not something that's limited to exclusively some kind of like shared health boss thing. So I think that's like, if you're an arms warrior and you want to be valuable, at least in a raid setting, I read that change and I'm like, at least for me, my job, we need to have like 3 or 4 warriors prepared basically for every tier going forward, because there's just going to be a boss that has something like that, and they're just absolutely going to be the best class in the game on it.
Oh yeah, it's always satisfying. If they had like one major gripe for arms, it's that we lost Avatar. So Prod and Fury got to keep it, but Arms lost it, so it feels kind of doo-doo. They're really emphasizing on Warbreaker is the icon, but it's renamed Colossus Smash, so they at least got rid of that being like a choice of like, oh hey, look, CS now, AoEs, yay. It's just default now, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting interaction, the choice node below Colossus Smash, you can see broad strokes.
Yeah. Tell me what it does.
Colossus Smash gives you 6 charges of sweeping strikes, so they're going for like the charge dynamic for sweeping strikes, which is fine. Like, you're going to go through all those charges before the 30-second duration's over with, right? But the complication is, and I'm sure it's just a bug right now, if you hit your Warbreaker going into a pull, it's going to use your sweeping strikes cooldown. So how it currently plays is you go into a pull spending sweeping strikes, make sure you spend enough charges that you go down to 6, and then you pop your CS.
Okay.
So that feels kind of doo-doo. But again, assuming that's just a bug.
All right, so there's also some other stuff, right? This isn't like ARMS specific, but how do you feel about like the rallying cry, the uncapped CC from like your shout now, I know there's like that weird intervene thing. Just maybe talk a little bit about the like utility, like the utility changes.
So again, assuming it's like not working as intended, for interposed, basically like AoE intervene, which seems really solid. It has a targeted selected location, but you still need to have a friendly ally selected. So I feel like you'll end up using it like in a melee, like trying to soak some hits for the raid, but you almost never would use it in like range, right? Unless they're like super grouped up.
Yeah, when I read this before, it was a little confusing to me as far as how it would actually work. Has anyone mathed this? Because like it seemed like it was the way that I read it, and chat was telling me I was wrong, so I might have been wrong, was that it was basically going to cap out when you take like 20% of your HP. And if that's the case, this is going to do like fucking nothing. It's like absolute piss. It's completely useless. Like that's not going to meaningfully ever do anything. It's basically just for movement. And then in which case, why would you not just intervene? Right? It's like the same thing. Why did this get added to the game? Right?
I wouldn't have minded it if it was like a second heroic leap, but then warriors would have been too busted with mobility. But like I saw it, I was like, yay, a new ability, and I was like, okay, well, who cares? Champion Spear getting changed is kind of nice. Its interaction is kind of funky, as you guys already discussed earlier.
Yeah.
It's like it can pull in, but it's like there's like a 3-yard. If it's within 3 yards or within X amount of yards close enough to your spear, it's not going to pull, right? And then it only pulls off an enemy the first time it runs out, instead of like constantly looping back in. At least from what I tested.
Yeah.
I'm really excited that what warriors provide to a dungeon or raid is that I can give them movement speed instead of like, maybe having Bloodlust for Mythic Plus.
Okay, this is purely like a Mythic Plus thing.
Yeah, totally.
Like a 30, is it 30% movement speed on Rallying Cry? Like that is so like.
It also applies to Piercing Hell. So Piercing Hell also gives you movement speed increase. So it does the 70% slow as well as 30% movement speed increase to allies.
Yeah, like I can just tell you in a raid, you would never assign one of those things for raid movement, I don't think, because usually you're just like purely covering it with wind rushes and roars. But, we recently just had a raid where you ran a lot of those things, and that was also including the fact that shamans could reset their wind rush, and that is no longer a thing, right? So, like, are there going to be smaller points where does it hit everyone in the raid when you use Piercing Howl?
It has if you go in for Battlefield Commander, its range is 24 yards.
Okay, but it hits everything within 24 yards. It doesn't hit like everything. 5 targets.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's at least kind of interesting because usually there's a lot of micro movements in a raid where having something like roar, it's not like it doesn't meet the threshold of like we need to assign a roar here, but having speed will reduce deaths, and assigning warrior stuff to that is potentially, I may be underrating it basically. Like I think it could maybe have some use in raid. But yeah, so basically warrior utility increase.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see at least 5% leech to rally. That's pretty huge.
Yeah.
At least it's something.
Well, it's
But
so on a single target raid boss, you're never going to assign a rallying cry because you're giving people 5% leech. I guess unless there was like some crazy damage amp, I believe leech still works with like damage ampy type stuff. But I think on AoE you could. Like I think leech in AoE is quite good. I also think leech obviously for healers at all times is like pretty solid, but that wouldn't deviate from when you would want to press rally anyway. So I think it's more like in Mythic Plus, rallying on like a massive AoE pull that does a ton of damage to you actually sounds like it would be like pretty fucking good.
oh yeah. Just going into like the arms single target stuff, if you go on the spec tree, look for exhilarating blows and the master tactician and soften up below it.
Okay, yeah.
So master tactician, they're really basing off of you just having tactician procs, so getting overpower charges. And there's a choice node for it, which one makes it so slam if it doesn't crit, then it guarantees a crit if it doesn't proc it. And the other one is doubling the proc rate of it. But the really interesting thing is master tactician, when you get it reset, then you get 10% damage, but it's only for 4 seconds. So you can't like double stack modifiers, ideally, within like a 2 GCD to really reap the benefits of that 10% damage increase. If it was increased to 6 seconds, it'd feel a little more valuable. But it seems like it's just, okay, cool. Instead of a wet noodle, it's an al dente noodle hitting. Sick. But it doesn't like feel interactive.
Okay, so just to like summarize most of the stuff, if you were to like no specific changes, summarize like kind of what they are changing for warrior in less than 20 seconds, how would you do that?
Just for arms or warrior in general?
Arms.
Big cleave, neat. Sweeping strikes, cool. Change some charges. Make sure you're spamming slam at least 3 times in a row to get mortal strike to hit hard.
And they gave you some better utility, not like how to play warrior, like what things that are changing. Like so, you're also getting some your utilities like built out a little bit more. They also gave you what you like last stand in the class tree. You have like maybe a little bit better utility, kind of a little bit of that's not like really a cheat death, but like kind of nice.
Well, the cheat death thing is only for Fury. If you're talking about kill or be killed.
No, I'm talking about last stand. But yeah, it's fine.
Oh yeah, that last stand, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So if you had to rank this, how would you feel?
For arms, I would probably put it in okay or high, not great.
You have to pick one.
It didn't change a whole lot. Okay, I'll do high, not great.
So you think there's some good and some bad, but the bad outweighs the good.
Yeah, it's just there's not a whole lot going on. It's basically you're gonna play the same. You're just hitting slam more often.
All right. Yeah. W. All right. Cool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Love you. Oof. Okay. There was a warrior guy, or not a warrior guy, sorry, a rogue guy here. I mean, not great with the new sweeping change. Okay, so like, I think a lot of this is more vibes and not power. I mean, because power is like mostly a meme at this point anyway. I'm actually kind of surprised it wasn't, because like biggest complaints for warriors was like their utility was like not as good, and I feel like they got like pretty nice utility changes. But no, but they didn't get bloodlust. Yeah, okay. I just and then I just think specifically power-wise, like they have the potential to be the best 2-target cleaver in the game by quite a lot. So they are, assuming they're stacked, like obviously like Destro can do more things from range, but I think the potency isn't going to be as high as Warrior. And that is a niche that is very strong, that they have definitely not had for a while. better than Frost. I don't know enough about Frost because they basically completely rebuilt Frost Mage. I have no idea if their 2 target is still intact and how much of their damage would be transferred. Max, check your DMs. I don't have any DMs. Maybe it's a message request? Oh, it is a message request. You were stuck in my message requests. Why? Oh, you probably messaged me a bunch of stuff before I added you as a friend. Oh, yeah, you did. Bro, you are stuck in a sea of, maybe if I respond to you, you'll get put in my messages. Yeah. Yeah, you were stuck in an absolute sea of, like, people that I think if anyone tries to message you on Discord that I have a setting on where if I like don't add you or I'm not directly in a Discord with you or something. No, because I'm in 2 Discords with you. Yeah, it doesn't message me. It goes into message requests. Does everyone have message requests? I'm sure you do. Yeah, you were in message request hell. All right, we're talking Ret. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hey, what'd they do to Ret?
Red's pretty good. Changes look pretty good. So, like, you can basically already slap into great changes already.
Oh,
If you wanna do that
shit.
first.
Really? Okay, wait. All right, talk to me. Tell me why.
So let's start off with the few bad things that still are prevalent.
Okay.
The new tree doesn't really have a lot of talents. So, like, I can I sent you a link in Discord
Yeah.
if you want to see that. So basically, like, there are like 6 nodes you can take, but other than that, you're just taking everything. Like, there's not really much you can't take. So for like,
I mean
you see
that
there's
does
not
look
really-
crazy, but that also is really similar to what Devourer looks like, which is like the most recently
yeah.
designed spec. It's the only other one, but
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure if I fill this out real quick, it's going to look extremely similar because like my one on alpha was like I felt like I had actually no choice. It was just the default buttons.
Yeah. So basically, the tree, like, there's a single target build that just takes every non-AoE talent, and that's a single target build. That's about it. So that's like kind of a bad thing, of course. And then, like, hero tree wise, the Herald of the Sun still has the same issues, where Dawn Lights just don't work properly for damage, like they do for healing for HPL. So for example, you just have perma uptime on single targets. I think every red that has played Herald knows this. It's also like kind of weird to have talents be buffing Hammer of Wrath now that Hammer of Wrath is Judgment at the same time. So like, I don't know if you're aware of this. I'm not even sure if they've done it for HPL and ProdPal, but the Judgment transforms into Hammer of Wrath when Wings is up, like Metamorphosis does Chaos Strike and Annihilation.
Oh, really? So there's no more like weaving that in as a
Exactly,
wait.
yeah.
So does it not proc and execute now?
No. It's basically just a replacement like Chaos Strike does Annihilation. That's the same
Okay.
thing that happens with Judgment and Hammer of Wrath. But you still have Hammer of Wrath talents that buff it in Execute, for example.
Okay, how do you feel about the like combining of execution sentence and
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of that. I wanted to get to that. So let's just get one more bad point out of the way.
Oh, okay.
The biggest issue this tier was all the damage amps, and Red has like no cooldowns, like no big cooldowns. You basically only have trinkets that like buff your 30 seconds every 2 minutes. And it would be nice if like Radiant Glory, which got nerfed, it's in the bottom left, that the node that I didn't take in this talent tree. There was like a reverse version of this. So yeah, you have access to like a small overall DPS loss, but can take 1 minute or 2 minute wings to have like cooldowns for an amp or for a ad phase or whatever, you know.
Yeah, you really felt that.
Yeah,
This
so
tier.
TLDR.
I feel like this tier, if you were a flat class, it really fucking felt bad.
Yeah, yeah, it was really bad. I can tell you that. So TLDR, for the bad things, there just isn't a lot of bad things, and most of the problems that came up are presumably easy to fix. Like the nodes is of course a thing, and Herald is a thing, but like everything else is just like small things. So the good part, for example, execution sentence, like being put into one node, as you already spoiled, is insane. Like this node looks crazy. Like I don't know, they really, like they got a new chef in the Blizzard HQ. Like that's some crazy cooking what this node is. They combined the effect from Final Reckoning into execution sentence, so you don't have the single target AOE split in the final capstone nodes. And Red now has funnel. We officially have funnel for the first time ever, which is looking really good. So
Oh wait, so the
yeah.
execution sentence only hits the one target, but it is buffed by the damage you're doing in AoE?
To all the targets you hit with the AoE around it, yeah.
Holy fuck. Is it like capped in some way?
It doesn't look capped in the nodes.
That's
I
fucking
personally
insane.
don't have. Yeah, yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if that's real, like if it's really uncapped, I mean, it's only 10%. Obviously, it's not like insane amounts, but
Okay.
it's still quite good.
It's 10% of like, I mean, the AoE, how much more damage in this game you're doing in CDs when you're AoEing versus
Yeah,
when you're
yeah,
single
yeah.
targeting is insane. And 10% of that AoE over a large period of time into single target, it's obviously not going to be as extreme, but like, it almost feels like when you were oh, this is going to date me, holy shit, but it almost feels like when you were AoEing in Hellfire Citadel when you had the ring all built up. And you would like AoE a bunch of mobs, and then like right before Tyrant Valhalla, you would have the ring. You would basically put all your AoE into the ring, and then single target pop a mini boss and one shot it, right? Like it's not going to be that crazy, but at least with the way that Mythic, this is so good for Mythic Plus too, because like every single
Yeah,
Mythic
exactly,
Plus
yeah.
pull is built around AoEing things on top of a boss or AoEing things on top of a mini boss or something that needs to die, and this is going to make you so fucking good for prio damage.
I think that's exactly why they added this thing. Like, I think that's legitimately they're designing dungeons in the way that you have one big mob on top of a couple small things, and they just want people to feel good that they're actually hitting the big mob and not just splashing AoE on all the small shitters, basically. And I think this node like accomplishes that for sure.
That's very
Yeah.
cool. What else is good?
Yeah, Radiant Glory got nerfed. I already said that, and which is a good thing. Like we've been playing Radiant Glory basically ever since it got introduced. It's an absurd node in every state it has been in, because you could proc wings on your spenders. So like it was basically how I think Vision of Perfection is the thing that was in BFA called. So you just had perma wings like all the time. And yeah, we've been playing that for ages now. It's good that it's got nerfed because it's too good to make any other kind of cooldown relevant. So we've been basically never playing 2-minute Crusade or 1-minute wings ever. Like all the time, 30-second wings. And they also removed Crusading Strikes, which is our passive holy power on melee attacks, every second melee attack.
Oh, and you would rate this as a positive
And-
thing.
Yeah, for sure, because the thing is, it's extremely hard to track without a weak aura or a swing timer. And they want to remove that. So tracking that without a weak aura would be absolutely atrocious. Like you'd have to watch your guy like hit and then count how many times you've already hit, and then like it's just awful. Like I think I personally think it's a good thing, but I also understand that people are skeptical that we're going to be playing like the vanilla Crusader Strike or Templar Strike again. But yeah, I think...
Well, I mean, they made it a little better, right? So they made it so the first hit
Yeah.
of Crusader Strike is like 2 holy power, right? Instead of just like pressing that button multiple times. That at least to me sounded a little bit better because like for me like when I read that change I was very dobby about it because I was thinking of Havoc DH. It's like imagine if they had a note for Havoc and it was like Demon's Blades no longer exist. You're pressing I don't even remember the name of the button. I guess it's Demon's Bite. Like you're pressing Demon's Bite in your rotation again. That would be fucking terrible, right? But like obviously that's not the that's not what's
it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Because it's very like 1-0 for holy power, and fury is like smaller things. I remember Demon's Bite.
Yeah.
I've started playing Havoc, and I was like, fuck Demon's Blades. I love pressing a generator that gives me fury.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh wow.
Yeah, that
so different.
That was when
you.
I started playing the game. Like when you had that Hellfire Citadel thing earlier, I was insanely. I felt like a baby. I started playing in Castle Natria, so I have no idea what you.
Oh my god, you are new to this game. Okay, well, I mean, not even really. That's 5 years ago. That's okay. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay, so on the context of wings, Crusade as a 2-minute cooldown has been removed. So Red has the choice between 1-minute wings and the currently played Radiant Glory build, and this basically like removed all the currently unused design space of Red, choosing between like 3 different cooldown timings, like I said earlier. But it's not really a loss because the 2-minute and 1-minute wings just haven't been relevant like ever in PvE. They have been in PvP, I've heard people say, but like it's not really been relevant in PvE. So the removal of 2-minute cities and Radiant Glory just makes total sense, like in the current state the game is in. And obviously the choice that you could play 2 minutes would be nice, but like it's not at all necessary that there is a choice like that, for example.
Okay.
The new Apex talent, I think it's called Light Within. It's on the left.
Yeah.
There's not really much to say about it. It's kind of sick. Like the third node especially, like gives us a lot of cleave. But like most of it is passive, and I don't think there's like insane things that you would play around. Like the first node basically tells you that you should press your Blade of Justices before wings, and then you get a fresh one when you press it, and yeah.
Yeah.
But that's about it. But overall, like these are good things because the second node especially also buffs our spenders again, and this has been like one of the major pain points of the entire The War Within, that generators do the same damage as spenders for Red. Like they're just a 50-50 split, and that's it.
Yeah,
and,
I kind of understand why they do that though, because as one of the specs that, I mean, I think Templar's Verdict versus Divine Storm is something that's often used as an example of when other classes have to make the choice between, do I want to spend all of the things I've built up on AoEing or single target, and there's nothing in between, where like a lot of the good classes in this game are kind of doing both, right? So I feel like them moving your damage away from finishers is to kind of solve that problem, as they did with a lot of other classes. But it does feel bad when you're building towards something and then it isn't the thing that's owning, right? I get that.
Yeah, exactly. Like you spend like 3 goldwoods building holy power, and then you slap something and it does less damage than the 3 buttons you pressed before. Like
that's pretty stupid.
that's kind of annoying. The Hammer of Wrath change overall makes a lot of sense because Hammer of Wrath was just not a button in the War Within at all. Like it was basically the lowest of low priority things that you could press ever. Like we even spent on 3 holy power instantly if you had nothing else to press but Hammer of Wrath. You would spend and then press Hammer of Wrath instead of like generating first, which is like going against the whole economy thing in the holy power basically. That's how bad the button itself was. So them switching it up and basically making it a transformation of judgment is kind of a cool idea.
Yeah.
So let's see how that plays out.
How do you feel about your defensive change?
I think the defensive change is actually fine because, like, personally, I'm a numbers chaser. So Shield of Vengeance is not a defensive cooldown for me. I press it and stand in lava and get damage from it. That's how you use the ability. So you basically only had one defensive cooldown before that anyway. Like, I mean, that's just how it works. Like, you're losing damage if you're not using Shield of Vengeance offensively.
Yeah.
And it being baked into DP now is fine. Like, it's not really much of a hassle or anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm totally fine with it.
Yeah,
Like,
you only have
red
like
is
one
not-
defensive outside of an immunity, but also your class is generally pretty tanky, so that's fine.
Red is relatively tanky. Yeah, it's not obviously not like Miracle level anymore, which is what we basically were like how DKs are right now.
Yeah.
But yeah. There are a couple small quality of life changes. Like, for example, if you search for a rush of light on the talent tree, it's a note in the middle with the clock thingy.
Yeah.
This note was basically saying like you gain haste when you crit on your single target spenders, and they just changed it so all crits from your generators grant you haste. Like, small changes like this are like really, really cool. Like, basically the note before was like a good single target note, but yeah, small changes like these are really welcome. They give you a little more bang for your buck for the single target point. Then one thing that's quite cool, I don't know if Dorky talked about this earlier, but for Templar, they moved Divine Hammer into the Templar hero talent tree, which is really cool. Like the rightmost note, exactly, Divine Hammer. So basically when you press Divine Toll, you now get Divine Hammer for 8 seconds, which like makes this a lot easier to balance, because Divine Hammer was so broken that it was like 8 or 10% of your damage in a single talent node before in Undermine.
Yeah.
Roughly. And it being baked into Templar specifically now makes Herald a less bad to pick. But obviously, like, Herald still has its problems, so yeah. But like, overall, I think the changes are great. If you check the note below execution sentence, I think that's also quite interesting to look at. It basically buffs all your damage or like most of your damage by 5%. And also, after casting execution sentence, your next 2 holy power abilities will refund their holy power, which is really, really strong with Hammer of Light. So you like have 5 holy power for free instantly. If you press it afterwards, which goes crazy. Yeah, and then on the alpha, there's this, like, a small couple nitpicky things that I want to mention here, because I think this really helps people, or like if anyone on Blizzard is watching this. Crusading Strikes being removed is totally fine, but there are like a couple other buffs that we're currently tracking to min-max damage. It's not like enhanced shaman level, but it currently looks like you don't have that many things to track on alpha. That's good. But like very annoying things is that the stock holy power is just terrible to look at. And that's why many people play with the combo point equivalent weak aura, like on live. And also the animation flash for the procs are insanely big. Like, let me send you a picture. Like, this is just, it's basically flashbanging you every time you have a proc, and you have a lot of those on red.
Wait, what?
Wait,
those circles are when you get a proc?
Yeah.
On your cooldown
It's
manager?
happening, like, yeah, exactly, on the basic cooldown manager.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's really, really annoying.
I mean, I'm sure that sounds like the kind of thing, though, because we know that there are, and this is not to say that Blizzard shouldn't fix this in their game, for sure, but I've already seen some skins of the cooldown manager that are like pretty clean.
Yeah.
So like, it's possible you could download an add-on that makes your cooldown manager not do all this weird, annoying Blizzard shit, but also it would be great if that was just how it was in the game, or an option or something.
Yeah, it should just be like resizable, or just get some visual clarity option at least.
Yeah. Okay, I think
Yeah,
that's all the time we have for red. Yeah, that's good. Okay, but
totally fine. Totally fine.
Good. In the great changes thing, one of the
for sure. We're looking up.
All right, cool. All right, thanks for your time. All right, bye.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. We got a few more of these.
Uh, we. I have Jedith. Let's do that. That guy was super passionate. Yeah, yeah, he loves Rhett. Rhett got a nice sounds like Rhett's got nice changes. All right, he's probably here. I'm just calling him. Hello?
What's up?
Hey, are you good to talk about Havoc and Devourer? Oh, I don't have a Devourer icon. Fuck it. That doesn't matter. We'll just talk about it.
Yeah, I can touch on both.
Yeah, all right, let's start with Havoc.
Okay. So I think Havoc right now is still mostly incomplete. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. But they did kind of say what their plan is for it and what they want to address. So what they said they want to address is they want to fix like total button count for both offensive and defensive abilities, especially ones that are kind of doing the same thing or overlapping. They removed things like Fell Barrage. They got rid of Fell Eruption, which kind of sucks. That's like our single target stun. We don't have that anymore. We just have our big AoE stun. And there's just like a bunch of other talents that they removed that we should have had baseline anyways, and we did get them baseline, so that's awesome. What they're intending to do is cut back on conditional bonuses that like push you towards doing like these weird combo things. So mainly things that are giving you like multiplicative bonuses that you need to stack all on top of each other in a very short window to do your optimal rotation.
Yeah.
But they didn't really do much to fix that yet. At least that's how it seems. Like they got rid of that interaction on Essence Break. So Essence Break doesn't buff Chaos Strike and Blade Dance by 80% anymore. It's just flat chaos damage added on to those abilities, which I'm super excited about because we've used Essence Break pretty much consistently since Shadowlands. So changing it up and potentially, you know, having the opportunity to play something else is really exciting. But yeah, on that note, we still have a lot of those stacking buffs. We still have Initiative. We have Inertia or Exergy. We have Thrill of the Fight if you're playing AR. I mean, we still have Demonic and Furious Gaze if you want to count those. So I think there's still a little bit of work to be done if that's what their goal is. Havoc got a few abilities taken away from them. So Havoc no longer has Sigil of Flame or Sigil of Spite. Both of those removed to be Vengeance only. So that's going to affect how Eldrachi Reaver works for Havoc because we use those to generate souls. So without those, that hero talent tree is basically bricked. So they're going to either
Yeah, they're going to
give
have to
us
rework
something
it.
else. Yeah, either we get a different ability that generates souls or they're just going to rework the entire tree. So not sure what their plan is there. Let's see. Glaive Tempest was removed. So Glaive Tempest is now a passive ability if you decide to take
Yeah,
it. It's a
I saw that.
capstone. Yeah, so anytime you Blade Dance on 4 or more targets, it drops a Glaive Tempest at your feet. The limitation of 4 targets is ridiculous. Like, even if you take that in Mythic Plus, there's going to be a good portion of the key where it's a dead talent. So that's a strange one for me. Either they just make it proc all the time, or like maybe you get 25% of its power on one target up to 4 to get 100%. I'm not sure, but I think that talent is basically dead on arrival with that limitation. Blur, there were some good changes to Blur. They got rid of the dodge bonus on Blur, but then we got 2 talents on a choice node that are affecting Blur in kind of unique ways now. So we have Desperate Instincts, where Blur reduces an additional 10%, and then when you're below 35% health, it's reduced by another 10%. So that is pretty powerful. And then the other cool thing is Netherwalk. So Netherwalk is a passive now instead of an active ability. And it basically just tacks on 2.5 seconds of immunity on Blur if you take that talent. So you have a 2.5 second immunity every 1 minute, which I think is really cool because that kind of opens up some possibilities of doing cool like things in Mythic Plus where you're immuning a lot of mechanics, and because it's such a short window, 2.5 seconds, there's a little bit of skill expression there.
Yeah, I mean, when I originally read that they were like baking Netherwalk into Blur and it was on a choice node with that, I was like, okay, Desperate Instincts just sounds like it's your only defensive now. So like you're probably gonna want Desperate Instincts, and people are gonna like anytime I'm gonna have to convince someone to play Netherwalk for a raid fight, they're gonna be like, okay, I will, but this is gonna kind of suck because now I'm having to use this purely to do this mechanic, and now I literally don't have a personal, right? So like that.
Well, you still keep Blur, so you get 2.5 seconds of Netherwalk, and then you have.
Yeah,
the
I know, but
remaining
you're
duration of your
using
Blur.
it. You're using it to cheese a mechanic, which is ideally not when you would actually want to be pressing. Like the time you have remaining of the damage reduction after you use it for the Netherwalk is not going to be in an ideal position, right? And you're saving it to do that thing, so you basically don't have a personal, right? So like
Right.
that part I find kind of bad. However, you are now the only. There are boss fights all the time where you just need someone with an immunity, and having one available every minute is something that no other class in the game can do. I guess Frost Mage can do in a short period of time, but can't do it over a long period of time. Like that is potentially very good.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And it's interesting because you can still attack during the Netherwalk, which was not how it was previously. It made your character unable to press any abilities, but now you can still continue attacking through the 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's see what else. Yeah, I mean, so the hero talent trees, they're both missing the additional row. Like Eldrazi Reaver doesn't have his extra row. Felskar doesn't have it yet, so it's hard to like.
No
really
Apex
say
talents
what
either.
kind of
Yeah.
state we're in. Yeah, no Apex talents.
All right, we can keep it pretty basic at that, just based on what you know.
That's
Then.
pretty much it.
So
Except
so what do you
for,
think of the
Havoc.
changes that you know?
Are we still on Havoc or are we on?
Yeah,
Devourer?
just Havoc. Yeah, ranking it.
Just Havoc. Okay. We're gonna rank it as. I think they're on the right track. I'm gonna put it as. Okay for now, like high okay.
Sure.
Because I still think like there's gonna be more coming for us, and it is a little bit early to be judging at this point. But from what they said their goal is with it, I think it's gonna be pretty good.
Okay, now I'm going to be asking you to do something that's very, very hard. You're not rating the changes for Devourer because there are no changes. This is the original look at Devourer. I'm asking you to basically just rank what you think about the spec, which could maybe take a long time and might want to be done at some other point with a big group of people to kind of figure out, but I know how I feel about this thing, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I've heard how you feel. And honestly, I'm not surprised because it is pretty basic at its core. But I think that's in its favor because this is a newer spec that they're using as an expansion selling feature. So they want it to be pretty simple. They want everyone who's buying the expansion to jump into this and have a good experience, whether you're a high-end player or a brand new player. And I think that's exactly what they did with this. They kind of hit the nail on the head with the simplicity. And it's very clear in terms of builds. Like if you want to go down the left side, that's going to be your melee hybrid. If you go down the right side, that's your pure caster build. And then, as we get enough points, we might be able to dip into both a little bit. But it's very clear in how it works. Felskar only works with the melee hybrid build. So the two abilities that proc your demon surges or void surges are in the left side of the tree. So those two go hand in hand. If you want to play Annihilator, the new talent tree, the new hero talent tree, then you go on the right side of the spec tree. So it's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it myself. Everyone that I've talked to that has tried it has also enjoyed it because of what I said. It's super simple. It's flashy. All the buttons feel good to press. Getting big collapsing stars is pretty satisfying. The visuals on things like Eradicate are really, really fucking cool. The one complaint that I've heard a lot is that casting your filler, so that's Consume, it's the one you can move around while casting.
Yeah.
That feels pretty lackluster. And it's hitting a weird spot in the rotation where if you're in AoE, you still kind of have to sit there and spam that single target filler. So I think a lot of people would be happy if there was a way or a talent maybe to even make that cleave or do something along those lines. There, there's a few things that I think, a few gaps that they missed. There's a really weird interaction that I found very quickly, unfortunately. So when you're building up souls in Void meta, you want to get to what 30 to cast your collapsing star. If you're mid channel of that cast and you like tap a movement key, like you cancel the cast, you lose all of those souls that you accumulated. Like,
That's
you just
easy.
lose
They could
all.
just make it take the souls at the end of the cast completing, then at the cast beginning. That's fine.
Yeah. And right now that's like so bad to happen because that completely botches your entire burst window.
Dude, you want to know something that's fucking hilarious? So you're just talking about how consume feels bad to press, and you're exactly right. Now imagine you can't cast consume while moving, and consume is what you're pressing 9 out of 10 globals in a fight. That is what demo lock is right now.
Yeah.
That's fucking.
That's not good.
That's fucking insane. Anyways,
That's horrible. Did you get a chance to mess around with the melee hybrid side, like where you're dipping into melee and VRing out, that type of thing?
yeah, I did, but it just seemed like it's just every time that button comes up, you go in, you do a slash, and then you VR out. It's like every 40 seconds or something. Is it more active than that?
No. Well, so it is 40 seconds. The cooldown of Void Blade is hasted, so
Okay.
I think we'll probably get it down to like 35, maybe. We're gonna get more haste as
I think it's a stretch to call that the melee hybrid. You literally fucking jump in and slash like twice a minute. That's like
yeah.
that's that's
Well,
a stretch.
Yeah, that's what they've tagged it as. It's on Void Blade and the Hunt. What I also think would be really good for them to add is something that could maybe just randomly reset the cooldown of Void Blade, kind of like how Fellblade has for Havoc, where you can just get a refresh of it.
Yeah, that would actually feel really nice if you like did that, and every time you do it, you get a Vengeful Retreat for free. So like even if it procced more, you'd just be going in more often. But then the complaint is just, this procs too much, and I should be feeling good, but now I'm a melee class, and I signed up to be a range, right? You'd get all the same exact complaints from the same exact kind of people that have been mad about the momentum build in the past couple of years, right?
Right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying it. Everyone I've spoken to has enjoyed it. The only complaints I've heard is like I said, on consume. It feels kind of bad to press that.
Okay. All right. So where would you rank that? You have to make it up.
Rank it as
I don't even have an icon. Just like how.
yeah, you don't
Rank
how
it out
how
of
we doing
10.
this?
How happy are you with this in its first look?
I would rank it as, I think I put it at an 8 probably.
All right.
Yeah, I know you probably have a different opinion, but
I mean, I already am kind of like, I'm not a huge ranged player. I just think it's so fucking basic that, and again, I shouldn't even use that word, because something being simple or basic is almost completely unrelated to something being good or bad, right?
Right.
But when I play it, I just feel like I feel nothing. I don't really know how else to put that,
fair.
but I mean, that just sounds like it isn't great.
It could just be a personal thing, personal preference.
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, I would put it as, for putting it on the tier list, probably in pretty good.
W. All right. That's all I needed. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Destroyed. I realized if I do that and I never let them know I'm ending the call, I could never lose. Like if I should try that for one of these tier lists. Go 39 for 39, and I don't hit them with the well, thanks for your time. I just fucking rip it and hang up. They have no chance. They'd have to try to guess what I'm going to do that. And if I wasn't ready to end the call yet, it'd be so awkward for them. It'd be pathetic. All right. Wow, it's actually really just 2 or 3 specs that are, holy shit, they fucked this up. Everything else is trending good, and some are not as good. I mean, it just looks like a normal beta patch note release. There's like two things the community needs to like. Somehow we need to reverse this trend, although I think it's unlikely because like the big day of hype already happened and the Wowhead titles already happened and stuff. But like, get it out of people's heads that the game is just majorly simplified now. Number one, and then number two is just somehow get it through people's head that simple doesn't mean bad. Like, you can play a simpler version of your spec that is just better than the spec you are playing. Could also be worse. You could play a more complicated version of your spec that is a worse version of the spec you're playing. It feels like people don't... I don't know where that comes from. Max, the skill expression for Devourer will come from how many stars you get off in a boss fight. Yeah. Alright, who did I have that was a rogue earlier? And then I just need to slam out Fury Warrior real quick. They messaged me a while ago. Who is this person? I have streamer mode on. Let me turn that off for a moment so I can even see their name. That's so... Can I? Oh my god, can I turn that off about streamer mode? Oh my god, I can! Oh, dude. Zio said, go ahead and skip Fury for this tier list. Just throw that shit in some random row. I speak for all warriors, so it's fine. Okay. Putting it in okay. Let's just leak DMs. Well, I mean... I couldn't just like randomly slot it and then not say anything about it. Actually, wait, I actually could have done that. That would have been a good bit. Let's do that with Ellie. Pretty good. Actually, people fucking love Ellie. I'll probably have someone come after me if I do that. The Ellie changes were kind of good either way. Dude, I don't know why, but I don't know if I want to talk about Rogue right now. But I'm so close. It's just the last thing. Like, what did they do for rogues? Max, how do you think Devourer is going to be? I don't know. It'll probably be, like, really good first tier. I think that's pretty safe to say. I wonder who's going to actually play it. Like, I mean, you'd assume, like, your DH players would play it, but, like, messing around with like melee and ranged players is always a really weird thing to do. Like probably less so at this level, but still a thing. But in a lot of guilds, like ranged and melee are not entirely different skill sets, but like, you know, it's different. Just the idea of casting, although you can cast while moving. So I mean, to be honest with you, couldn't you just like play Devourer in melee range? Outside of, like, casting Shattering Star? Max, is your place dark? Yeah, I have it dark in here. Wait, do you think that's why I was yawning? Maybe that was why I was yawning. 1 second. Let's turn this shit on. It's so different. Sunlight. I mean, I'm not seeing sunlight anyway. There are lots of changes to Rogue. It's 100% worth talking over. Yeah, I know, but like I feel like if I'm just gonna be sitting here like a corpse while someone talks to me about something I don't care about. But I mean, I guess that gets the job done. Like I don't have it in me for like a 40-minute Rogue talk right now. But I want them to have their space, you know? We want to hear Rogue. All right. I mean, the person I've reached out to me is a guy called Guy. Are you guys cool with Guy? Are you guys cool with Guy? He's good. Love that guy. That guy is Biss. Yes. Hate that guy. Oh my god. All right, calling him. Hello?
Gamer.
Hello.
How's it going, bud?
Hey, what do you think about Rogue? What'd they do?
Like broadly speaking, I think Assassination basically just got direct upgrades. I think Outlaw is kind of in a middle ground, and then Subtlety, I think, is in the Fire Mage tier where it kind of just doesn't work.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think Subtlety is like kind of so like basically like the main thing about Subtlety is that they wanted to make haste a useful stat for the spec, and the way they did that was by making it so that Symbols of Death, Shadow Dance, and Secret Technique all scale with haste. But the values just kind of don't make sense. You need like 50% haste to get one extra set of like micro cooldowns, which is just like the math just doesn't math properly.
So like, what is the gameplay like? If you're gonna hit a dummy on the target dummy on alpha right now as sub, like it's
Do you have like any background on Subtlety at all, or like none at all?
No, I understand how sub works. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. It's like basically imagine current Subtlety Rogue, but you only cast Shadow Dance inside of Blades. You never cast it outside of Blades.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that would be
So
pretty boring. Yeah.
Yeah, you do your big cooldown, and then like not an exaggeration, you're pressing backstab, eviscerate, backstab, rupture, backstab, eviscerate, and it's like that's the entire spec. It also doesn't have its Apex talents, which is like, you know, that could give us a little bit more direction on like what they want the spec to do. But the whole like haste scaling thing, I think, kind of sucks, and then also doesn't work. Because like even in a world where it does work, where like it makes haste a valuable stat, it just turns it into a binary where it's like, let's say you're on a fight like you know, like Demencius, for example, right, where you want like, you know, maybe you need a little bit more living mass damage, so you want to send an extra set of Shadow Dances on the living masses rather than Demencius.
Yeah.
It's just like I need 24% haste on this fight, and then I want like, you know, 30 on this fight or something, and like it just feels a little ugly.
Okay, so sub is fucking terrible, and they haven't done its Apex talents yet, and I see some other question marks on here with like hero talents. So time to see, but like curling doesn't seem good.
So like yeah, I think there's like some cool stuff. Like they reworked Shuriken Tornado. I've always hated that talent. Now it's just like a passive where whenever you press Shuriken Storm, it just like does it again afterwards. I think that's kind of cool. They reworked Finality from being like a press eviscerate, your next eviscerate does bonus damage, to just like crit damage on all your finishers. There's like some cool stuff in here, but like the big picture, like trying to make haste scaling work, one doesn't, and I think even if it did work, it sucks. So
all right, fuck yeah, it sucks. All right, what you said, assassination got net better. Why?
So mainly, if you've ever played Assassination in Dungeons, there's a few things that kind of suck. There is the death. So also like across the board, all of the hero talents got better. Rogue hero talents have always just been kind of shit for, a lot of reasons, and across the board, they basically just fixed them. Fatebound no longer has like a weird reverse funnel thing. The capstone is no longer like very feast or famine. Like it instead of it being flip 7 coins on the same face in a row, get a bonus for the rest of the fight, it's now just after 7 coin flips, you get a buff for, Y seconds or whatever. And then Deathstalker for Assassination no longer requires stealth to apply the target. So, fights like Forge Weaver, for example, it's easier to move stuff around, or maybe you don't get a re-stealth in dungeons. It also feels a lot better.
Yeah, that was the one thing I know that would definitely make a huge difference is it was really cool to like spread your dots really easily through stealth, but the fact that you never got out of combat, especially with pug tanks, was like the most infuriating. Like seeing all of your damage go away was just so it's similar to like how I imagine hunters felt when they like wild spirits and then a tank would just like deliberately move out of it, or I guess probably more likely just didn't even see it.
It's just like, on one hand, people are gonna talk about complexity and blah blah, but like, bro, it's just lame to sit in Discord with your tank and be like, please let me re-stealth, please let me re-stealth. It's just like it's lame. When you don't get it, your class just kind of doesn't feel as good. So the way they changed it is Crimson Tempest is no longer just a like press it and it just does a bleed. It now it spreads your highest duration bleed. So it's like Fanatides, right? It's like a more expensive, less damage generator that spreads your bleeds out. So you don't need to worry about the re-stealth.
Wait, it's a generator?
Do all your damage anymore. Yes.
Okay, so do you have any AoE finisher?
No, I don't think so. No.
That's actually really interesting. I mean, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. The fact that it's just spreading that is really, really good.
Yeah. It just makes the gameplay more fun, which I think is an important takeaway. And then if you look at Caustic Spatter as well, it no longer requires a bleeding target to be mutilated. It's just on Envenom. So like you don't need to constantly in AoE like reapply your Caustic Spatter to the target, and then it's just a lot of the annoying parts of the spec have just been kind of cleaned up a little bit. And then other than that, the only thing that got removed is Shiv. So I mean, I don't know. There's really, I think there's like nothing to complain about Assassination other than the economy of like spending points is kind of awkward. Where by the end of the second gate, like in the second bracket of like spending talent points, you're kind of spending a bunch of points on stuff that you maybe don't actually want. But the alternative is passive, like is just utility points that don't do anything. But like that's kind of whatever. And then I think the Apex talents cementing the whole like going back to caring about pooling it's basically the only way to make Assassination engaging on single target and making it powerful again.
Okay, so you're for that. Okay, I am a fan of Assassination pooling for sure, because it's like it's one of the only classes that plays like that, and it doesn't feel bad when it's done right. So I was interested in hearing if the rogue community was like not really fucking with that, because there's a lot of people that like they just want to be spamming buttons, right? But I mean, I guess there's other specs for that. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm generally a big fan, because it's like at the end, like I have played Assassination this tier where there's like no pooling, you're playing Fatebound. There's actually nothing going on with the spec. You're just pressing Mutilate until you're out of energy, and then you're pressing your finishers as soon as you're under the conditions. It's like really, really boring. So making pooling like really powerful, and it's the payoff is energy. It's not just like generic damage. So like it's gonna feel good to play with if you're like playing it properly.
All right, cool. So where would you rank that then?
Highest tier. It's badass. It's good.
Oh,
Assassination,
fuck yeah.
all upgrades.
All right, what about Outlaw?
The only thing that kind of sucks about Assassination is like if you're really big into like the bleed build where like you didn't play Kingsbane and you only did bleeds, but I mean like kind of get over it. Just
Fucking get over it. All right, what about Outlaw?
So like Outlaw's in like a weird middle ground where it has hold on, I wrote down notes because I didn't want to make sure I forgot anything. So like the main thing is the whole like looping, adrenaline rush, 100% uptime, crack shot, spamming between the eyes damage windows is completely gone. Between the eyes resetting its cooldown has just been baked into one of the talents. It's called Ace of Just Leaves on the right side. It's like the little playing card. So like you do still have these like windows of playing the game where it's like, between the eyes. I think that's like cool. I think they across the board kind of like nerfed all of our energy talents, and I think a lot of people were kind of worried about that. I think the energy is like a little bit lower than it should be, but it still manages to feel fine. I think the rework to Roll the Bones feels really, really good. To anybody that's played the spec back in like BFA Shadowlands, it feels kind of similar to that, less of the Dragonflight Season 3 rework era where it's like very, very spammy and demanding. It's like a lot more.
I mean, people really
back.
liked it in BFA, right? Wasn't Outlaw in BFA like really enjoyed? Except for the, I mean, Roll
Yeah,
the
but
Bones
it's like-
are different.
Yeah, it's like hard to say how much of that it was it being the best spec in the game by far in dungeons, like Turbo Thanos tier. But I mean, I loved it. I love the spec. So
Okay. What do the Apex talents do?
it is the is it Sepulcher? Yeah, it's Sepulcher of the first one's tier set, where it's every time you dispatch, you hide bullets, and then it's 6 bullets. Your next Between the Eyes is free, refunds the cooldown. Yeah, it's good. It's powerful. Feels good to play with. No complaints. It's just good.
All right, hell yeah.
I think the only I would like so there's like a just to go over quickly like
Yeah.
some of the broader problems is like so one of the advantages of like this whole like crack shot gameplay loop was that you could not always but there were moments in fights where you could be like, oh, I'm gonna move this vanish to where like maybe like an ad spawn, like let's say like Brackenhide Hollow, for example, right? The remember the little totems you have to kill on that boss?
Yeah.
Where on a fight like that, for example, you can like move your crack shots to that totem, and you'll be more useful than if you were to just walk over and just hit it with like Sinister Strike, Dispatch, right? And that kind of ability to do that is kind of gone. I really don't know how to fix that problem. And then the other problem I would say is I feel like all of our Apex talents kind of suck. Not just like numerically, they just don't really do that much. Like one of them is it's just -5 seconds on Between the Eyes. It's pretty strong, but it also kind of doesn't do anything. They said they wanted to talk about, or they said they were, the spec isn't about Vanish anymore. But if you look in the bottom right, the Apex, or not the Apex talent, the Capstone talent on the right is gain haste when you leave stealth. And one, haste isn't really good for the spec in the way that this provides the haste, and then also it's completely worthless. like this talent just sucks, and it kind of goes against everything that the redesign was trying to,
I mean,
to remove.
That's good feedback to give. Also, I know you weren't talking about Apex talents, but like if any class's Apex talents aren't like strong enough, like they're weak, I feel like that's so easy to fix and for them to see.
Oh yeah, of course.
Because if you're just simply not talenting them, then they'll know like, oh, well, this isn't good enough. But then also like maybe you aren't supposed to like, is every single spec in the game supposed to take all 4 Apex talents? That's a question. Like they've kind of said in interviews like some talents might make sense. You might want the first one, but not want the last 3, and you might want the spec tree points. I'm interested in seeing how they actually handle that.
Yeah, I might have misspoke there. I didn't mean the Apex talent. Like I think the Apex talents are great for Outlaw. I meant the like the actual.
No, I know
capstones,
you
like
were
the
talking
actual-
about the
okay.
capstones.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay,
I just when you mentioned the Apex talents, I had that thought where like, imagine
Yeah.
someone said to me, "Well, the Apex talents aren't that good." I'm like, well, I mean, I feel like that means 2 things. That they're either bad or it means your spec tree points are like really good. Like if you were to ask right now across everything in the game, every spec in the game, if you gained 4 spec tree points, how much more power would you gain? You would get widely varying results, I think. It would be generally powerful, but some people would become fucking freaks. Like, their next 4 spec tree points
sure.
are all insane. And then some people would be... And then obviously the power of Apex talents is going to vary probably widely. So I just find it interesting. This is, again, not to do with you talking about the capstones. I'm going to find it interesting how many people take all of the Apex talents.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, fuck yeah. Where
I
would you put Outlaw?
I would put it in either pretty good or okay. That's where I would put it.
Well, those are 2 things.
Put it in okay for Rage Bait.
Fuck yeah, for Rage Bait. All right, love
Yeah,
you, bye.
and
Woohoo! I'm so back, dude. I'm so back. Dude, I told you that I could do that, and he wasn't even done, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I do that for like an entire tier list, people will never be able to get there before me. Holy shit. It's actually so fun. I don't want to do that for a whole tier list. I kind of wanted to do that just for the bit. But then he started talking. Fuck. He's the dude that did that to you first? Wait, oh yeah, he did that to me before, didn't he? Wasn't it like a couple videos ago? Didn't he fucking... Wasn't he the one that did that to me? Yeah, dude, I just got him back. Holy fuck. He messaged me and said that was crazy. Yeah, fuck yeah, that was crazy. Alright, I was gonna play megabonk. But, I don't know why. I feel like I gotta go, like, walk around outside or something. I have a game later, too. I don't want to, like, just be sitting around. Man, don't skip Ellie. We already did Ellie. Why are you guys saying overworking? I've been streaming... Guys, how can you hit me with an overworking? I have been streaming for, in the past couple days... Let's check this out. Where's Devourer? We just don't have an icon, but I think he said it was pretty good. I streamed... Hold the fuck on. 5 days ago for 7 hours. 4 days ago for 5 hours. 3 days ago for 3.5. 2 days ago for 3.5. Yesterday, 3 and 40 minutes. Today, 3 hours and 40 minutes. Guys, I've been fucking streaming, dude. Now check Shroud. What is he doing? Well, he's playing Megabonk, but... He's been... Okay, what? He's been streaming less than me, bro. Okay, he streams a lot longer. Well, he's actually been slamming Megabonk, by the way. That's crazy. Okay, so Megabonk must own. He was going for top 500 and he hit top 250. Bro is addicted. Yeah. Like, okay, let me watch him right now. So what is this game? How does it work? So it's Vampire Survivor type game, right? You get things, you refresh it, but it's also like you run around, you're killing stuff that's following you, you have little quests. Risk of Rain, Vampire Survivors. It's gotten to the point where it's the same build being attempted by everyone just praying for good RNG. So I believe that's how every single one of... That's the issue with these games, is they have a decent amount of replayability, but then you end up like either preferring a build or there's like a high roll build that you end up just trying to high roll every time, and you're basically just like... It's basically gambling simulator, but also some gameplay. Or you just play it and have fun. Yeah, that too. Hades 2 speedrun. Hey, I'll try playing Hades, but I'm telling you, there's a decent chance that that I can't play it if it's the same camera angle as the first game. Maybe some people have like figured that out before. I just like feel unwell when I play specifically Risk of Rain 2 and Hades. I play all kinds of other games, really fast-paced shooters and everything, and just those two games, it's like something is weird with my brain, and I get a headache, and then I have to stop playing. Is this a big build? Is this a good build? I mean, I think I might play Ghosts of Tsushima, the second one of those. Who hit me with a love you bye in his stream? He was actually texting me this morning a decent bit about WoW, and I had to like kind of explain to him how He didn't understand why they were removing add-ons, and by the end I explained it. And then he said, honestly, anything to make WoW more accessible should be good. The fact that you gotta load up like 10 add-ons before you play is insane. Which is like, he's a good litmus test, I think, for a lot of changes in WoW, because like he's a hardcore gamer, but he's also like a little bit of a, like, he's not like a crazy WoW only player, right? So like he can view things from like a little different perspective. And yeah, I mean that statement is subjectively true. Right? It's objectively true. Honestly, anything to make WoW more accessible should be good. The fact you have to load up 10 add-ons before you play is insane. That's a fact. Right? So the fact that they are working that is good, but it's definitely rocky right now. PvP should be more approachable too. Ooh, now that I don't know how, because like the few people who still PvP in this game are like so fucking diehard and are probably the most resistant to the game ever becoming more accessible in PvP. Like I think WoW's PvP is really good because of its depth, and they would basically have to reduce depth in PvP to make it more interesting, and I think basically everyone currently playing would hate it. They hate add-ons bad. This has nothing to do with add-ons. I'm sure they hate add-ons. The complexity in PvP has nothing to do with add-ons, although, like, it honestly makes it easier, right? Like, add-ons for PvP lets you see, like, all the cooldowns that are being used in the game, so you can easily manage your pushes and your goes and when you need to be, like, safe and stuff like that. And, like, all of that exists in your head if you, like, know how to, and you're, like, really experienced and you've played for a long time. It's just way fucking harder. So like, I don't know. I think the whole like add-ons going away in PvP, as much as it is probably a good thing, I would imagine it also would make it harder for anyone new to get into it, kind of, because like you still have to know all of those things. It's just the amount of time it would take you to get there is way longer without any help, right? I don't even believe that people who would say if they would play if PvP was simpler would actually play, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, that's true in a lot of cases. There's a lot of WoW takes like that. Like, especially like when Asmongold was streaming more WoW, the takes you would see about what would make WoW a better game from a bunch of people that are never playing this game again and never would for any circumstance, but they'll tell you exactly what's wrong with it. Like, that was huge. PvP skill difference is going to increase and not decrease with these changes. That's true in PvE as well. I think the skill gap in PvE is going to get much bigger in the expansion. At least in Raid. Why will it get bigger? So just kind of ignoring all of the, you know, like what is raid content gonna look like, and what, like the simplification stuff, which again we found out is just massively overblown. At least speaking of raiding, add-ons and weak auras combat related did a lot of lifting to make you better. And I guess just pretty simply, the less good you are as a player, the more those things helped you be better. Right? So the skill difference between the best players in your raid and the worst players in your raid and the best players in the world and the more average players and guilds and all of those things, the gap should... I mean, I don't even understand an argument, really, of how the gap wouldn't be bigger. It just will, because those things were things that everyone used, and just objectively, those help you more the less good you are. The best players are the ones getting the most nerfed. Okay, explain that. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm wondering what angle you're coming at. Like, I think the best players are getting the most nerfed. Would make sense if, like, I think that is the only way you could think that is probably if you are just fully buying the fake news that, like, the game is getting way simpler and, like, classes are getting a lot easier. Because that was just pushed majorly over the last week. So, I mean, if someone believed that, it wouldn't be because they're stupid. It's because that's what people were saying. More accurately, the most average players doing high-end content are getting nerfed the most. I need to think about it for more than like 5 seconds, but I believe that is the case, yeah. Scripe came at it from the angle of worse players were not able to utilize the add-ons to the same extent that you guys are. That is a good point. W Scripe, that is a very good point. That is a very, very good point. Because, like, at least, I mean, I can't fully relate to that, but I can tell you that, like, you tune into some guild progressing the raid, and you see them using your weak aura pack, and you see they have, like, 6 weak auras enabled for that boss that are not relevant, they don't need to track, but it's just on their screen, and they're like basically weak auras done well are there to, like, efficiently give you information. But for a lot of people that don't take time to actually, like, make sure the weak auras look good for you, all of our weak auras have a bunch of custom options that make them bars or icons or do whatever you want, ignore certain conditions based on how you take the information, and our players heavily update that. But if you just rip the liquid pack just straight up and you just, like, trust that it all works, that's not really, you're not making weak auras work as well for you as they could, right? But also, I think one thing recently that has been really good, and I believe this is done at an average level, does people in your all's guilds use liquid reminders or some kind of reminder tool where you can set your own reminders based on the fight? That is something that I think has actually started to do quite a lot of heavy lifting. Like, that is really helpful to all players. In fact, unless the boss specifically requires a weak aura, I actually think that does a pretty big amount of lifting, and that isn't going anywhere. That's just still in the game. Reminders work just fine. So maybe the reality is, which would make all of the reaction this week pretty comical in hindsight, is that the game's going to feel like pretty fucking similar, except they're just not going to make a weak aura boss for, like, at least a couple tiers where you would have felt like you needed a weak aura for it, which is something they've actually done before on accident. Like, we've just done raids where there wasn't a weak aura boss, right? People are going to use the shit out of reminders now. I mean, you wouldn't use reminders any more now than you used to. It doesn't replace anything that is now gone. Really, the stuff you would have wanted to remind yourself before would be the things you'd remind yourself for now. But yeah, I mean, reminders are sick. You are certainly at a disadvantage without them, I would say. Which actually makes me think of something. Whenever Blizzard is, like, adding things to the game, making other stuff not work, you have to ask yourself the question, did this get removed because they think it's bad or because it's collateral damage with things they actually want to be gone. So let's ask ourselves that with reminders. Do they think reminders are good for the game? Like, it's not currently removed, but like for example, you have to ask yourself, do you think Blizzard would ever put reminders in the game? I don't know if they would ever do that, but I don't know if reminders are bad for the game. Like, if you're just some random person doing your weekly raid night on a Saturday and like you just want a reminder to press your major raid cooldown, like Aura Mastery, like 8 minutes into a fight, but yeah, you don't have to remember exactly when you could do it. You could have a little reminder tell you for shit like that, you know? Like that, there's nothing, I don't think that's bad. Like, I don't think Blizzard would dislike that. I mean, it's probably a reason they don't remove it. Max, do you think it's a coincidence that a lot of the hardest bosses have been bosses that weak auras couldn't carry you on? No, not really, because there's been some of the hardest bosses ever have had, like, weak auras do one, when people are talking about weak auras being annoying, aren't they always talking about exactly one thing? They're talking about a mechanic that requires people to go to a specific spot, and what the weak aura does is it assigns everyone a spot rather than you having to figure it out via voice. Can anyone think of another scenario of like weak auras are playing the game for you and it's literally not doing exactly that? Like, that is it. That is the bit. Now, as long as you're talking about things that haven't been removed from weak auras, like the Archimon weak aura or Star Augur weak aura, but those don't exist in the game because they made them not work anymore. So like, that is it. That's just a mechanic you can not make. You can make a hard boss without that mechanic, but if it ever has that mechanic, you used a weak aura for it, and you know what I'm saying? They can also still be really hard. Like, do you guys remember Jailer P1? Dude, Jailer P1 with it telling you which place to take your bombs was still hard as fuck. But that's because Blizzard knew that you would be able to... This is the whole arms race thing. Blizzard knew you would have a weak aura telling you where to go, so they made it like that. For example, if a weak aura didn't tell you where to go, instead of having 3 seconds to dunk your bomb in the hole, you would have had like 6. That's how like an alternate reality version of that mechanic would have looked like. Like, clearly they designed... Brood Twister, you would have had 3 or 4 more seconds to find a spot than the amount of time you had. The reason it was the way it was they have to find a way to challenge you, and they know you have these tools, and now they don't, right? So they can still... Yeah. Wouldn't reminders be okay in Blizzard's eyes? Go against their new philosophy of not wanting any add-on to grant you an advantage in combat? Yeah, kind of, but it's like, what kind of an advantage? Like, they don't want you solving mechanics for you. It just depends on... Like, basically you'd be saying, okay, having boss timers gives you an advantage in combat. Because if you have a boss timer, you can see when a mechanic is going to happen. But, like, they're okay with that. So they built it into the game. The question is just like whether they're going to build reminders into the game. Not gonna lie, the Dispel weak auras are overrated. If you know the Dispel is happening, it's obvious. Spell target frame glow is more effective. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, there's two. No, I think Dispel weak auras are pretty huge. Like, specifically the ones where, like, people press a macro to be dispelled at the right time. Or, like, let's say there's 4 dispels that need to happen, and it just simply... One weak aura that we always make is, like, if we have 4 healers and there's 4 dispels that need to happen, just so they don't waste any globals, we just assign each healer to dispel a very specific person, and like their frame will glow, and they know exactly who the person they're supposed to dispel is, not anyone else. That actually reduces a lot of Kagi load for healers, which are already is the hardest role in raiding. So I think that's something. I think healing might, but they also made healing a bit more simple. So like maybe that was also targeted at like you're not going to have those anymore. That's also a mechanic you can not make or make easier to handle, right? Like, is there still going to be mechanics where you need to dispel people at an exact time when there is no Dispel Weak auras. Like, it's the same thing as the Jailer Bomb thing. Like, you just might design it a little differently. Like, you might not have to dispel them at the exact same time, or maybe there's 3 instead of 4. So, like, everyone goes for the dispels, and if one person misses, it's cool, but, like, that's the way you do it now, right? Disc Priest with no cell, ramp reminders, and no PI weak aura. But I mean, that's why they changed Disc. They made Disc Priest significantly easier to ramp on now for that exact reason. Yeah, actually, that's one thing that would majorly... Like, dude, as a melee, having a sound that plays when a mob is doing a frontal, and I know I can go into every dungeon, and if the mob is frontaling, it makes a sound, and I immediately know there's a frontal in the pack. Stuff like that. In raiding, it could be every time there's a big AoE, you play a BAM, or every time you get fixated by something, you hear a boxing gong. Things that have you... It's, again, just efficient flow of information. I believe you will be completely unable to do things like what I just said. That is not possible. Basically, all of that information is within the black box, and you cannot get it. You can't know that a frontal is happening because it's in the black box, right? But also, what they said is in their dungeon design, they want it to be significantly more obvious when any of those things are happening for that exact reason, so you don't need to see a sound, right? Which is admirable, and will definitely take some work over time, but I feel like this is a problem that's less of a thing now, because that is something they have accurately done, right? Like, they set out a goal this expansion to make mechanics more clear, and I think it's inarguably true that they are, right? Like, like, mechanics are just simply more clear now than they used to be. I mean, couldn't you add this to, like, the dungeon journal in a way? Like, isn't there a world where in the Blizzard UI, like, you open up the Dungy J and you're scrolling through boss abilities, and one of them says Shockwave, and it's when a boss casts a frontal. And then you can right-click that boss thing, and you can say add sound, and it'll do ding 3 when that thing happens or something. Like, I feel like that's something like what the dungeon journal and the boss reminder in-game thing looks like 3 years from now. You could, but I doubt they will do that. I do that in Bigwigs at the moment on live. Yeah, but they're putting Bigwigs in the game, though, so I mean, they could, right? You never really know. Who's Monday Night Football tonight? Anything good? Bro, this is so random, but was anyone watching football yesterday when some kicker attempted a, like, 52-yard field goal? I think it was Patriots-Bills. and he kicked it over the uprights. Would that bitch have been good from like 85 yards or something? Like, what is that? What the fuck? What are kickers up to right now? All I'm saying is, bro, like right now the kickers are going crazy. Clearly there's a point where it's probably not a point they would reach. Let's dive into some extremes here. Imagine kickers start getting so good that you start kicking field goals when you get to like the 40-yard line, like before you cross midfield. And then football is no longer about, you know, there's way less like punts. It's just like ripping field goals after you've gotten 2 first downs. You know? I mean, I guess what they could do at that point is like, yeah, narrow the field goal so it lowers the percentage so it still incentivizes you to go more downfield. They've had to change the rules multiple times because kickers got so good. Yeah. I want kickers with quarterback salaries. I mean, I feel like we're trending in that direction. Like clearly, at least recently, it's looked like there's a clear skill difference in kickers. Like I think back in the day, you just kind of paid kickers whatever because it was like what, you know. But they account for a lot of your points. Like if you get a better kicker, they are worth a significant amount of money. Like I was actually thinking about that. Whose kicker was I looking at recently where they were so good at the new kickoff rules that they were basically like worth about like 12 or 15 yards a quarter over the average NFL kicker because of how they were doing the kickoff rules? Like, do you know how fucking insane that is? Yeah, it's the Cowboys kicker. Yeah, like that, regardless of field goals, just that alone, that field position alone is fucking crazy. Like, that's worth a lot of money. But obviously, people will catch on and, you know. All right. Yeah, that's it.